Chapter 39-33. The Eastern Wasteland City was in charge of the Eastern Wasteland. The city lord was a Saint Venerable called the Golden Sun Saint Venerable. Furthermore, he was a peak Saint Venerable. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quasi-supreme realm and becoming an invincible quasi-supreme realm expert. At this moment, Golden Sun Saint was sitting on the throne in the Eastern Barren City's City Lord Mansion, looking down at the experts below him with a stern aura. A strong, holy, venerate aura spread from his body, causing everyone to be terrified. Not only the experts in the hall, but all the cultivators in Eastern Barren City could feel the strong pressure from the City Lord Mansion. What's going on? All the cultivators in the city were shocked. The older cultivators were even more shocked. The consequences of the City Lord's anger are severe. An older cultivator looked in the direction of the City Lord Mansion and said with lingering fear, "The last time the City Lord made a move was 500 years ago." The cultivators of the older generation were muttering amongst themselves. 500 years ago, the City Lord directly destroyed the invading Eastern Barren ferocious tribe, killing their corpses everywhere. In that battle, the City Lord single-handedly blocked the 100,000-strong army of the ferocious tribe and killed the leader of the ferocious tribe. That scene was something that the cultivators of the older generation could not forget even in death, because it was simply too shocking. "Where is Jean Lewin?" Golden Sun Saint said faintly. "Jean Lewin is here." As soon as Golden Sun Saint's voice fell, a middle-aged cultivator in white walked out. "Go and take a look," Golden Sun Saint said. "Yes." The middle-aged cultivator in white called Jean Lewin quickly, accepted the order and left. The City Lord actually sent Jean Lewin to Giant Wolf City? Looks like the City Lord wants to kill one to warn the others. Rebellion has always been punishable by death. With Jean Lewin taking action, those who dare to attack Giant Wolf City will die. In the hall, the experts were communicating with their spiritual will. "All of you can leave." Golden Sun Saint glanced at the crowd below and said, "Yes." Everyone hurriedly bowed to Saint Venerable Golden Sun, who was sitting on the throne, and then left. Jin Lewin was an early-stage Holy Venerate and was Golden Sun Holy Venerate's right-hand man. In the eyes of the cultivators of Eastern Barren City, Jin Lewin was Golden Sun Holy Venerate's favorite. Jin Lewin's cultivation was not something that the Lin clan's old ancestor in the Giant Wolf City could compare to. It should be known that he was a Saint Venerable. A Saint Venerable could kill an ordinary saint as easily as blowing off dust. White-robed, heavenly venerate Jean Lewin stepped onto the teleportation platform that led to the Giant Wolf City. With a flash of golden light, he disappeared from the platform. The distance between Eastern Wasteland City and Giant Wolf City was not small. Even with Jean Lewin's cultivation, if he did not use the transmission formation, it would take him a few hours to arrive. Furthermore, the Eastern Wasteland was not peaceful. Some places were extremely dangerous. If one barged into them, even a holy venerate would die. At this time, the entire Giant Wolf City was under Ao whose control after the Lin clan surrendered. The Lin clan's great elder, Lin Juechen, was willing to be Ao whose follower. In Lin Juechen's eyes, Ao who was just an ant. However, this ant had the backing of Gu Fei, an existence that was many times stronger than a real dragon. Gu Fei had killed a saint with one punch. That scene had completely stunned Lin Juechen. He could not even think of resisting. Giant Wolf City was backed by Eastern Wasteland City. However, the Lin clan's elders had not told Ao who about Eastern Wasteland City. At this time, Eastern Wasteland City had already received the news. The experts of Eastern Wasteland City were probably already on their way. The Lin clan would not surrender wholeheartedly. Many people in the Lin clan were waiting for the experts of Eastern Wasteland City to come and rescue them. However, their wait had really come. Giant Wolf City, where the transmission array platform was located, one of the 3 transmission array platforms suddenly lit up, and a series of runes appeared on the platform. Buzz! The void trembled, and the void above the platform suddenly collapsed. A strong light flashed, and a figure appeared on the platform. This person was dressed in white and had a slender figure. He had a mustache and a fan in his hand. He looked like a distinguished scholar. This middle-aged man in white was Eastern Wasteland City's City Lord's right-hand man, Jean Lewin, Saint Venerable Jean Lewin. As soon as Saint Venerable Jean Lewin appeared, his divine will enveloped the entire giant wolf city. His divine will instantly locked onto Ao who was in the city lord's manor. That's him? He defeated the Lin clan and intimidated the entire giant wolf city with his own strength? Jean Lewin muttered to himself in disbelief. He slowly walked down from the teleportation platform. He placed his left hand behind his back and waved the fan in his right hand. He looked around like a scholar touring a garden. At this time, the people of the Lin clan were surprised and delighted. Lin Juechen immediately brought a group of clan elders to welcome Jean Lewin. Lin Juechen greets the Supreme One. Lin Juechen immediately brought a group of clan elders to kneel at Jean Lewin's feet. You still have the face to see me? The moment Jean Lewin saw Lin Juechen, a cold, murderous aura immediately spread from his body. In the next moment, with a wave of his big sleeve, Lin Juechen was directly sent flying. Then, with a bang, he exploded in the air and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Lin Juechen, the Lin clan's great elder, was actually killed just like that with a wave of Jean Lewin's big sleeve. The group of Lin clan elders, whose heads and faces were splattered with blood, were horrified and inconsolable. This Jean Lewin was a ruthless existence. In front of such an existence, they were simply inferior to ants. He killed them just like that. However, they never imagined that Jean Lewin would directly kill the great elder Lin Juechen. What's your name? Jean Lewin suddenly pointed at a middle-aged man who was lying on the ground, his whole body trembling. Replying to the Supreme One, this lowly person's name is Lindong. The middle-aged man said with a trembling voice, Lindong? Very good. From now on, you are the Lin clan's clan leader. Jean Lewin said casually, Yes, Supreme One. Lindong was surprised and happy. He never imagined that he would sit on the Lin clan's clan leader's seat. It should be known that with his cultivation, he never dared to hope that he could sit on the clan leader's seat. However, Jean Lewin did not care and then walked towards the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He did not even look at the other Lin clan elders. With a casual statement, he pushed a person who was not very strong in the Lin clan to the clan leader's seat. All the Lin clan elders looked at Lindong with incomparable envy. No one in the Lin clan dared to disobey Jean Lewin's words. I want to see what ability a mere immortal has to actually be able to suppress the Lin clan. Jean Lewin waved the folding fan in his hand and walked step by step towards the main hall. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, but deep in his eyes, a ray of light flashed. For the fastest updated novel reading, please visit Chapter 39-34. As soon as Jean Lewin arrived at Giant Wolf City, the Lin clan immediately betrayed Gu Fei and Ao Hu. They brought Jean Lewin to the main hall of the city lord mansion. At this time, Gu Fei was guiding Ao Hu's cultivation in the main hall. Under his guidance, Ao Hu's cultivation base soared like a rocket. Ao Hu's cultivation base rose from the initial Immortal God to the major success stage, and then to the half-step Immortal King realm. This kind of cultivation speed was absolutely above all geniuses. It could be said to be heaven-defying among the heaven-defying. Only an existence like Gu Fei could allow Ao Hu to advance from the beginner Immortal God realm to the half-step Immortal King realm in one go. The most important and rare thing was that Ao Hu's cultivation and state of mind were perfectly fused together. It wasn't just his cultivation that had increased. Gu Fei didn't simply help Ao Hu improve his cultivation base. If he wanted to help someone improve their cultivation base regardless of the cost, many people would be able to do it. A supreme expert could even turn a mortal without any cultivation base into an immortal king, or immortal emperor in an instant. However, if a mortal suddenly became an immortal, the consequences would be endless. His state of mind wouldn't be able to keep up with the improvement of his cultivation base. In the end, he would suffer from cultivation deviation and die. Looks like a guest has arrived. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Ao Hu also stopped. Boss, what's wrong? Ao Hu was bewildered, but in the next moment, he knew why Gu Fei said that. The Lin clan actually, Ao Hu was enraged. At this time, Jean Lewin had already arrived outside the main hall, followed by a group of Lin Clan's elders. The Lin Clan was after all the number 1 clan in Giant Wolf City. Even though many experts had fallen, this clan still couldn't be underestimated. Among the elders, there were a few half-step saints, a dozen immortal emperors, and 7 or 8 almighty experts. With such strength, the Lin Clan was still the number 1 clan in Giant Wolf City. It was hard to shake the position of the strongest clan in Giant Wolf City. The Lin Clan actually dared to betray my boss. It seems like the Lin Clan doesn't need to exist anymore. Aohu's voice came from the main hall. Haha, a puny immortal dares to spout such arrogant words. Jin Luin waved the folding fan in his hand and said casually, Haha, Aohu, the Supremes of the Eastern Wasteland City have arrived, and you still want to exterminate my Lin Clan? Your Honor, please avenge us and kill these 2 villains. The elders of the Lin Clan said one after another. 2? Isn't it just 1? At this moment, Jin Luin's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that there was only 1 immortal god-level aura in the hall. How could there be 2 people in the hall? Your Honor, it was these 2 villains from Stone Ox Town who killed our clan's previous clan leader. Even our clan's ancestor died at their hands, said a middle-aged man with a smile. The new patriarch Lindong said hurriedly. Like I said, how could a mere immortal god suppress the entire Giant Wolf City? Jin Luin still had a relaxed expression. The Lin Clan's ancestor was just an ordinary saint. He could kill a large number of them with a casual palm strike. This was the difference between a saint and a saint. How strong could a person who could kill the ancestor of the Lin Clan be? Was he stronger than the Lord? Quasi-supreme? Impossible. Was there a quasi-supreme in the Eastern Wilderness? The Eastern Wilderness was the place with the weakest spirit chi in the ancestral world. It was impossible for a quasi-supreme to appear in the Eastern Wilderness. The spirit chi here could not satisfy them at all. In the Eastern Wilderness, a saint was already the most powerful existence. The person who killed the Lin Clan's ancestor should not be a saint. As long as it was not a saint, Jin Luin could kill the mysterious expert in the hall. Come out and die. Jin Luin waved his folding fan and stood with his hands behind his back. The heavy door opened slowly, and a figure walked out of the hall. Your Honor, he is Aohu. Lindong said hurriedly. You are Aohu? Someone go and get rid of him. Jin Luin looked elsewhere. He could not even be bothered to look at a small fellow like Aohu. His target was only the mysterious person in the hall. Aohu, die. Lindong walked out from behind Jin Luin and approached Aohu step by step. Although his status was lower than the other clan elders, his cultivation was much stronger than the other clan elders. This was also the reason why Jin Luin wanted to push him up to the position of clan elder. With Jin Luin's cultivation, he could see the cultivation of the Lin clan's elders at a glance. With just you? Aohu laughed. Lindong was stronger than the city lord of Giant Wolf City, but he wanted to kill him? What a joke. Just me. Lidong took a step forward. Bang! The entire ground shook, and an extremely tyrannical pressure erupted from his body. The surrounding elders of the Lin clan hurriedly retreated. Only Jin Luin remained calm and collected, while Aohu, who stood opposite Lindong, smiled and shook his head helplessly. If you don't court death, you won't die. Your clan is really courting death, Aohu sighed. Aohu sighed and said, How could you guys imagine my boss's abilities? Kill. Lindong was too lazy to talk nonsense with Aohu. He directly punched at Aohu. Roar. Following an earth-shattering roar, a huge wolf shadow emerged from Lindong's body. It roared at the sky, causing the void to tremble. Oomph. Aohu chuckled and also punched. However, this punch of his was extremely ordinary. There was no powerful wave of energy, nor was there a powerful aura. It was like a punch thrown by a mortal, without any cultivation. The 2 fists collided in an instant. Bam! A muffled sound was heard. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking was heard. An extremely powerful wave of energy spread out, and the surrounding buildings all crumbled into dust in the next moment. Only the main hall was not affected. The wave of energy that was surging towards the main hall was blocked by an invisible force. How is this possible? Lindong looked at his arm in horror. He saw that there were actually cracks on his arm, and blood was seeping out from the cracks. In the next moment, Lin Dong's entire arm collapsed. He screamed and flew off the ground. Bam! Aohu took a step forward and directly punched Lin Dong's chest. Lin Dong, the newly appointed clan leader of the Lin clan, was actually smashed into pieces by Aohu, a little cultivator from a small place like Stone Ox Town. His body and soul were both destroyed. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Even Jin Luan, who was disdainful of Aohu just now, stared at Aohu in shock. He didn't expect a puny immortal to be able to kill Lin Dong. One must know that Lin Dong was a half-step saint. Aohu killed a half-step saint with one punch. Even a saint like Jin Luan couldn't help but be moved. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit. The elders of the Lin clan were scared out of their wits. The mighty pressure from the big khaki hand made them directly lie on the ground. Boom! The whole earth shook violently. A huge palm fell from the sky and slammed the elders of the Lin clan on the ground. The ground immediately undulated like waves. Without any suspense, the elders of the Lin clan were directly obliterated by the giant hand. Their flesh, bones, and even their Dao weapons were all turned to dust. Gu Fei did not show up. Aohu's power alone was enough to defeat all the enemies. When Jin Luan rushed back from afar, he just happened to see the scene of the giant hand obliterating the elders of the Lin clan. He was so shocked that he immediately turned around and fled. The other party was really too strong. He could not understand how a small immortal could actually burst out with the super combat power of killing a saint. Gu Fei's means were not something that an existence of the level of Jin Luan could imagine. In fact, Gu Fei had already used this trick before. He sealed a part of his power in the bodies of others and let them defend against the enemy. He, on the other hand, was quietly watching the others from the sidelines. At this time, Aohu was in such a situation. Gu Fei had sealed a part of his power in Aohu's body. Aohu was equivalent to Gu Fei indirectly attacking. Swoosh! Aohu pointed a finger, and the bright earth elemental power shot out from the tip of his finger. In an instant, it pierced through the void and caught up with the escaping Jin Luan. Puff! A ray of bloodlight appeared. Aohu's finger light directly pierced through Jin Luan's holy venerable treasure body. Then, Jin Luan's entire body turned into dust. A primordial spirit rushed out from the crumbling holy venerable treasure body and roared as it turned into dust. Both its body and spirit were destroyed. The scene of killing a holy venerable with one finger was deeply imprinted in the minds of countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City. At this moment, no one in Giant Wolf City dared to resist. Everyone lowered their heads. At the moment when Jin Luan's body and spirit were destroyed, far away in the eastern Barren City's city lord's residence, a bang sound suddenly came from a very ordinary-looking room. Then, a scream was heard. Lord Jin Luan's life tablet is broken. Lord Jin Luan's life tablet is broken. A figure staggered out of the room and rushed towards the city lord's residence. What? Lord Jin Luan's life tablet is broken? A commotion instantly broke out in the eastern Barren City lord's residence. Everyone could not believe it. Lord Jin Luan was a holy venerable, the #1 expert under the city lord. How could he die? In the eastern Barren City, apart from the city lord, who could kill Lord Jin Luan? Holy venerables had a very high status in the eastern Barren City. That was because existences stronger than holy venerables did not care about a place like the eastern Barren City. Jin Luan is dead? The eastern Barren City lord's angry voice came from the city lord's residence. A terrifying pressure immediately descended on the hearts of every cultivator in the city. All the cultivators in the city were trembling. Jin Luan's death had completely enraged the eastern Barren City lord. In the next moment, powerful figures directly rushed over from all directions. The eastern Barren City lord was gathering experts from all over. He was going to go on an expedition to Giant Wolf City. Powerful figures constantly entered eastern Barren City. The Blackwater Supreme King's Blackwater battle soldiers were also gathering. For a moment, the clouds of war were dense in eastern Barren City. A depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire eastern Barren City. The city lord personally went on an expedition. This was something that had never happened in the past 1,000 years. It had been a long time since the entire Eastern Barren City had a war between the kings of supreme martial artists. Of course, the territories of the 12 kings of supreme martial artists in the eastern region were not limited to the Eastern Barren City. Haha, interesting. There seems to be internal strife in the Blackwater Supreme King's territory. This may be an opportunity. Such words came from the territories of the other kings of supreme martial artists. Eastern Barren City was not the only city in the Eastern Barren City, and the Eastern Barren City Lord was not the only holy venerable. The Eastern Barren City Lord was only the strongest expert in the Blackwater Supreme King's territory. In the territories of the other kings of supreme martial artists, there was absolutely no lack of holy venerables. In the Divine Crocodile City, in the territory of the Heavenly Crocodile Supreme King, Holy Senior Divine Crocodile was in the City Lord's residence discussing with a group of his subordinates how to deal with the internal strife in the Blackwater territory. Your Holiness, we can wait for both sides to suffer, and then attack the entire Blackwater territory in one fell swoop, someone in the main hall suggested. That's right. I have long disliked that guy in the Eastern Barren City. A tall, tower-like giant said in a low, muffled voice. The experts of the Divine Crocodile City in the main hall discussed loudly and made all kinds of suggestions. However, the Divine Crocodile Saint, who was sitting on the throne, did not say a word. He was like an outsider, looking coldly at the people in the main hall. The Divine Crocodile Saint was not a human, but a holy venerable of the Eastern Region Crocodile tribe of the ancestral world. The Crocodile tribe was a great tribe in the Eastern region that could contend with the Blackwater tribe. Whether it was the Crocodile tribe or the Blackwater tribe, the reason why they could exist was that they had a king of supreme martial artists, the king of supreme martial artists. The so-called king of supreme martial artists was actually a supreme martial artist at the peak of the extreme path. Supreme martial artists stronger than the peak of the extreme path were the supreme martial artists of the extreme path mystic realm. The 12 supreme martial artists of the Eastern region were not united. They often fought with each other, especially the Blackwater tribe and the Heavenly Crocodile tribe. These two tribes were mortal enemies. The Heavenly Crocodile tribe was not the only tribe that had a grudge against the Blackwater tribe. The internal strife of the Blackwater tribe in the Eastern Barren City had attracted the attention of the surrounding forces. At this time, all the forces were watching. No one was stupid enough to make a move at this time. They were all waiting for the Blackwater tribe and the Blackwater tribe to mutually injure each other. The leaders of all the forces were extremely shrewd. They wanted to pay the smallest price to obtain the greatest benefits. Soon, the power of the Eastern Barren City was completely concentrated in the hands of the Eastern Barren City Lord. There were 3,000 Blackwater soldiers, 12 quasi-saints, and 2 saints. This kind of power was enough to start a war against the other forces. Then, a huge transportation formation in the Eastern Barren City began to operate. A huge formation enveloped the area, enveloping countless cultivators in a divine light. Boom! There was a huge tremor. Then, the army of the Eastern Barren City disappeared in the divine light and crossed the void. The moment the Eastern Barren City Lord left, the great protective matrix of Eastern Barren City was activated. Countless matrix inscriptions appeared in the air, densely packed, layer upon layer. Then, countless formation runes disappeared into the void, as if they had never been there in the first place. From the outside, no one could tell that the Eastern Barren City was under the protection of the protective formation. If anyone dared to rush into the Eastern Barren City, they would definitely be destroyed by the protective formation and end up with their soul and body destroyed. This was a trap. The Eastern Barren City seemed empty, but in reality, it was filled with murderous intent. Just half a day after Ao who killed Jean Lewin, the sky above Giant Wolf City suddenly shook. The void rippled like water, and beams of divine light directly rushed out of the void, instantly enveloping this part of the world. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the sky, causing all the living beings in the Giant Wolf City to panic. Still coming to die? In the Giant Wolf City Lord's mansion, Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. Ao Hu, on the other hand, was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 39-36. Ao who killed a heavenly venerable with a single finger, completely shocking all the forces in Giant Wolf City. However, in less than half a day, the army of Eastern Wasteland City had arrived. The sky above Eastern Wasteland City was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The entire void rippled like waves. Rumble. Suddenly, endless divine light broke through the void, directly propping up the heaven and earth, turning into a huge door of light. A terrifying aura surged out from within the light door. Then, a group of soldiers clad in black armor dashed out from the light door. With the appearance of this group of black armored soldiers, the world was immediately shrouded in a terrifying murderous aura. Countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City trembled in fear under this murderous aura. Black water soldiers, how is this possible? An old cultivator in Giant Wolf City raised his head and said with a trembling voice, "Black water soldiers? What's that?" Some young cultivators had no idea about the origin of the black armored soldiers in the sky. That's the most powerful soldier under the Black Water Supreme King. It hasn't appeared for 500 or 600 years. You brats naturally haven't seen it. An old cultivator in Giant Wolf City said disapprovingly, "Is another war between gods going to break out?" The old cultivators in the city suddenly woke up. The appearance of the black water soldiers here was a sign of war. Who were they going to war with? "Don't tell me they're here for those two people," someone exclaimed. The black water soldiers were going to be mobilized? One had to know that whenever the black water soldiers were mobilized, it would be a major event. The black water soldiers would never be mobilized easily. The moment the black water soldiers rushed out of the door of light, the old cultivators in Giant Wolf City knew that the situation was serious. It was far more serious than they had imagined. After the black water soldiers rushed out of the door of light, a group of powerful figures walked out. Each figure exuded an aura that soared to the sky. There were more than 100 people in this group, and each of them was an expert. The weakest among them was a half-step saint, and the two people in the lead were two Saint Venerables. Of the two holy venerates, one had black chi surging around him, making him look like a black hole that could devour everything in the surroundings. On the other hand, the aura of the other Saint Venerable was like a river or a lake. It was vast and mighty, and the space around him was rippling like water. It was as if he could turn the entire world into a vast ocean with just a thought. Of the three Saint Venerables under the City Lord of Eastern Wasteland City, aside from Jin Luan, who was killed by Ao Hu, He Xian and Shui Qianjue were both here. The last person to come out of the door of light was a white-robed youth. This white-robed youth was tall and slender. He had delicate features and a jade-like face. He was exceptionally handsome. No one would have thought that the person who came out in the end would be such a young existence. East Baron City Lord? Some of the older cultivators were shocked to see the white-robed youth. He was the City Lord of Eastern Baron City, the brilliant Sky Saint. Saint Huangtian was definitely one of the top divine path experts in the Eastern Baron territory. With him around, the lords of the other forces in the Eastern Baron territory wouldn't dare to act rashly. The Eastern Wasteland City Lord's body did not emit any aura. He was like a mortal, which was inexplicably shocking. Return to simplicity. Some of the older cultivators exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Kill." At this time, one of the two Saint Venerables, He Xian, directly slammed his palm down on the City Lord's mansion below. A huge black hand immediately descended from the sky. Rumble. The entire sky shook, and the world instantly darkened. A violent, mysterious power descended from the huge black hand. The void was directly frozen, and the entire City Lord's mansion was instantly frozen by the mysterious power. Could it be that He Xian killed the two fellows in the City Lord's mansion with one move? TSK. I thought that those two had 3 heads and 6 arms. They are only SOSO. He Xian looked at the frozen City Lord's mansion and said disdainfully, Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Even the brilliant Sky Saint was stunned. How is this possible? The cultivators in Giant Wolf City couldn't believe it. It should be known that Ao who had directly killed Jin Luan half a day ago. Jin Luan was also a Saint Venerate. Although He Xian was strong, It was impossible for him to be stronger than Jin Luan. Even Jin Luan was killed by Ao Hu. How could He Xian kill Ao Hu and Gu Fei with one move? Under everyone's shocked gazes, cracks suddenly appeared on the solid ice that sealed the city lord's mansion. In the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the frozen city lord's mansion suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of ice soared into the sky and directly shot toward the Eastern Barren City army in the sky. Each piece of ice contained amazing power and pierced through the void. Defend. At this time, the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers moved. As the battle general gave the order, the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers immediately flipped their right hands, and a shield appeared in each soldier's hands. The 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers raised the shields in their hands at the same time and blocked the attack. Every shield emitted a bright light, and a huge shield of light appeared between the heavens and the earth, enveloping everyone in the sky. In the next moment, countless pieces of ice directly flew toward the light shield, making a dense sound like rain. The 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers raised the light shield to block the countless flying pieces of ice. Seeing this scene, the countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City below were inexplicably shocked. At this time, the city lord's mansion of Giant Wolf City had already become a thing of the past. Two figures walked out of the collapsed city lord's mansion. What? Seeing this, He Xian's pupils involuntarily shrank. Eat my fist. Ao Hu roared and directly rushed into the sky. He blasted a punch at He Xian, and the powerful force directly shook the world. This punch made the world lose its color. Bam! With a muffled sound, He Xian was directly sent flying by Ao Hu's punch. He directly smashed into a mountain thousands of miles away, and the entire mountain was smashed in half. The upper half of the mountain fell from the sky, and the entire place was immediately filled with dust and rubble. It was a huge mess. Everyone was dumbfounded. He Xian was actually defeated. It was just a punch. Boom. In the next moment, the remaining lower half of the mountain also exploded, and a black shadow rushed into the sky. The black aura was vast and mighty, and it turned into a black dragon, roaring at the sky. The terrifying mysterious power spread out, and everything that was enveloped by the mysterious power was directly frozen. Some unlucky cultivators in Giant Wolf City could not dodge in time and directly turned into ice sculptures. At this time, He Xian no longer cared about the life and death of others. He was furious, and there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this guy. The black dragon condensed from the mysterious Chi directly pounced at Ao, who with its claws and fangs bared. Haha, it's just a black dragon, and it dares to be so presumptuous in front of my big brother. It's simply courting death. Ao Hu laughed and attacked. He directly broke through the layers of mysterious power, and then fiercely punched the dragon's head. In the next moment, the black dragon's head directly collapsed. Immediately after, the black dragon's body also collapsed. From the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, it exploded a total of 9 times. One punch, 9 explosions. Ao Hu's punch actually contained 9 types of power. These 9 types of power were extremely strong and invincible. Even He Xian could not withstand it. The black dragon dharma that He Xian had condensed was broken, and this was a great blow to He Xian. His face turned red, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He immediately retreated. However, Ao Hu was like a shadow, and he actually directly caught up to He Xian, who was retreating. Then, he punched again. Without any suspense, He Xian was smashed into a cloud of blood mist by Ao Hu's punch. Even his primordial spirit could not escape, and he died. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was too ferocious. He actually killed He Xian with one punch. That was a Saint Venerable, and in Eastern Wilderness, Saint Venerables represented the strongest power. This bit of power. At that moment, Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the Eastern Wilderness army in the sky. The 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers seemed to be pretty good. Every single one of them was not weak. However, compared to the battle soldiers that he had personally formed, they were still much weaker. However, right now, Gu Fei was in a state where he had lost all his magic powers. Right now, he could not even fly. To him, this was truly a mockery. One had to know that right now, He was an existence that had surpassed the extreme Tao. However, he was in an indescribable state. At times, he was invincible, and he could sweep through all enemies. At other times, however, he had lost all his magic powers, and he could not even open up his internal world. To be more precise, he was like an omnipotent god at one moment and immortal at another. He did not know when his invincible cultivation would recover, but he was not afraid, because he still had an invincible physical body. An invincible eternal body was indestructible. Even Supremes would not be able to destroy it. Therefore, even though Gu Fei had lost all his magic powers, he was still invincible. Kill. At that moment, an angry roar rang out. The 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers directly attacked Ao Hu. The combined power of the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers was extremely powerful. It was like a black torrent that could destroy everything in its path and kill holy venerables. These 3,000 battle soldiers were not simple. Formation patterns appeared on the bodies of each battle soldier, forming a battle formation. The power of the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers gathered together through the battle formation. How could a Saint Venerable contend against such an explosive power? However, just when the cultivators from the eastern wilderness thought that Ao Hu was dead for sure, he actually punched out again. Then, a scene that made all the cultivators from the eastern wilderness stare with their mouths agape appeared. They saw Ao Hu's fist directly collide with the power of the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing everyone's ears to ring. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 39-37. Ao Hu's battle prowess was world-shaking. He actually fought against the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers alone. In the eyes of Huangtian Supreme and the others, Ao Hu was simply insane. Boom! Ao Hu directly charged towards the battle formation formed by the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers and slammed his fist on the formation. Terrifying sound waves spread out, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Some of the weaker cultivators even had their eardrums ruptured, causing blood to seep out of their ears. At this time, all the creatures in Giant Wolf City were terrified to the extreme. What made everyone dumbfounded was that Ao Hu actually managed to block the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers. How is this possible? The experts from Eastern Barren City almost peed their pants when they saw this scene. One had to know that even the Huangtian City Lord wouldn't dare to fight against the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers head-on. They were the strongest battle soldiers personally trained by the Blackwater Supreme King. There were more than 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers. These 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers were only responsible for guarding Eastern Barren City, and these 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers only listened to two people. One was the Blackwater Supreme King, and the other was the City Lord of Eastern Barren City, the Huangtian City Lord. It was impossible for anyone else to mobilize the Blackwater battle soldiers. Kill. At this time, the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers roared at the same time. Their voices shook the vast sky. Each of them lit up at this time, and countless Tao patterns emerged on their black battle armors. Countless Tao patterns intertwined in the void, and an ancient formation diagram appeared in the void. In the next moment, endless heaven and earth spiritual chi frantically converged towards the formation diagram. The sky above Giant Wolf City suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Are they borrowing the power of heaven and earth? On the ground, Gu Fei raised his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth with a formation diagram was a necessary technique for an array master. Although Gu Fei wasn't an array master, he had once set foot in this field. The formation diagram emerging from the 3,000 battle soldiers was definitely the work of an array master. Rumble. The energy gathered by the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers continued to rise, and a terrifying pressure spread out. The entire void seemed like it was going to collapse. "Little guy, you're dead meat." Shui Qinjue stared at Ao Hu and laughed sinisterly. He and He Xian were both saint sovereigns under the brilliant Sky City Lord. The two of them were sworn brothers and had once saved each other's lives in battles with other overlords. Holy Venerate He Xian was killed by Ao Hu with a single punch. Shui Qianjue nearly went crazy. At this time, the 3,000 black water warriors showed their might, forcing Ao Hu to retreat. This caused Shui Qianju to be both surprised and delighted. Roar! Ao Hu roared furiously. Torrential earth elemental energy surged from his body. He wanted to block the attack from the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers, but at this moment, he felt powerless. The power gathered by the 3,000 Blackwater soldiers turned into a massive spear that stabbed towards Ao Hu. Ao Hu tried his best, but he could only barely block the spear. The spear, which contained boundless power, continued to stab toward his chest. Although it was very slow, it showed no signs of stopping. Haha, little fellow, do you really think that you're invincible? Shui Qianju laughed maniacally. The battle spears formed by the 3,000 battle soldiers pushed against Ao Hu's body, and they flew 3,000 kilometers away. With a boom, they smashed into a mountain and then came out on the other side of the mountain. Who's going to get rid of this fellow? The brilliant Sky City Lord swept a glance at the crowd and said. He had gathered all the experts of Eastern Barren City and killed his way to Giant Wolf City. He didn't want to start a war with the territories of other forces. Instead, he wanted to suppress Giant Wolf City and kill all the traitors. Shui Qianju walked out immediately. He took a step forward and instantly arrived above Gu Fei. He looked down at Gu Fei from the sky. This was simply like a dragon looking down at an ant on the ground. Little brat, die. Shui Qianju pointed with a finger. A sword wave shot out from his finger like a wave, piercing towards Gu Fei. Sigh. Gu Fei smiled helplessly. This fellow actually dared to attack him. Was he really that easy to bully? He casually waved his right hand and directly dispersed the sharp sword wave that pierced through him. He didn't use any divine abilities or great techniques, just pure physical strength. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Kill. Shui Qianju let out an enraged roar as he attacked with all his might. With a wave of his right hand, 5 rays of sword light shot out from his hand, piercing towards Gu Fei like 5 heavenly rainbows. Shui Qianju cultivated the water element sword Dao. His sword chi was like water, pervasive and pervasive. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Gu Fei. To be precise, he picked the wrong opponent. He thought that Gu Fei was easy to bully, but he didn't know that Gu Fei was a true super expert. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and blocked the 5 sword lights that pierced through his body. When the sword lights collided with his hand, it actually let out a clanging sound like iron being struck. It was incomparably ear-piercing. What a powerful physical body. Shui Qianju was inexplicably shocked. And that high and mighty brilliant Sky City Lord, who didn't even look at Gu Fei in the eye, also cast a puzzled gaze at this time. In the brilliant Sky City Lord's opinion, a small fellow like Gu Fei could be wiped out with one slap. He originally didn't put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. What's going on? Where did this physical cultivator jump out from? The brilliant Sky City Lord frowned and muttered to himself. At this time, the place where Gu Fei was at was filled with sword chi. Rays of sword light directly tore apart heaven and earth, slashing through the void rapidly, leaving behind a series of pitch-black spatial cracks. Gu Fei's figure could no longer be seen as he was completely drowned by the sword chi. However, the clanging sound did not cease. When those terrifying sword lights that could slay immortals and annihilate gods landed on Gu Fei's body, they actually couldn't even cut through his skin. They couldn't even leave a mark on Gu Fei's body. Unity of man and sword, heaven-breaking strike. In the next instant, all the sword lights that had enveloped Gu Fei disappeared. Even Shui Qianju had disappeared. After that, a single ray of sword light appeared in the sky. It was an extremely powerful sword light that lit up the entire sky. The supreme sword light descended from the sky, as though it was splitting heaven and earth into two. Everywhere the sword light passed through, everything was annihilated. Even the brilliant Sky City Lord didn't dare to be careless when facing this sword. However, Gu Fei still had a relaxed expression, as though he didn't put this sword in his eyes at all. He didn't even look at that supreme sword light descending from the sky. The power of this sword was comparable to the all-out attack of a mid-level holy venerate existence. However, Gu Fei merely extended his right hand in the face of this peerless sword and pointed his finger at the sword light that was slashing down. The deadly sword light actually came to a stop. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, all the experts from Eastern Desolation City had their mouths agape. They were shocked to the extreme. He blocked Shui Qianju's all-out attack with a single finger? An expert from Eastern Desolation City spoke with a trembling voice. At this moment, even the brilliant Sky City Lord was visibly moved, blocking a supreme sword with a single finger. Clang! The finger that Gu Fei used to block the sword light trembled. That extremely sharp sword light actually shattered, turning into countless spiritual lights that vanished into the void. A figure fell out of the void. This person was Shui Qianju. Barf! Shui Qianju spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body immediately became weary. Countless cracks appeared on his body as though his physical body was about to shatter. Shui Qianju's supreme sword was casually broken by Gu Fei. He suffered a great impact, and his cultivation was half crippled. Without 100 years of cultivation, he definitely wouldn't be able to recover. However, he no longer had a chance. You dare? A loud roar resounded. In the next moment, a finger tapped on Shui Qianju's forehead. PFFF. A bloody hole appeared on Shui Qianju's forehead. At the same time, a huge palm directly slapped in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't even look at it and directly countered with a palm. Boom! The two palms collided, and a loud explosion erupted. It was as though two mountains were colliding. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. Gu Fei landed on the ground from the sky. A figure was sent flying 1,000 miles away by his palm. Gu Fei looked at that figure. This guy could actually block his palm and didn't die. It seemed like this guy had some capabilities. At this time, the brilliant Sky City Lord was shocked to the extreme. The strength of this person's physical body had far exceeded his expectations. How could a cultivator's physical body be powerful to such an extent? Could he be a supreme? The brilliant Sky City Lord had a bad feeling. If this guy was really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, then everyone who came here would probably have to stay here today. The strength of Gu Fei's physical body was simply too powerful. Every single move he made contained great power. The brilliant Sky City Lord had already taken a spin at the gates of hell. Gu Fei's casual palm only forced the brilliant Sky City Lord back. If he was a little more serious, the brilliant Sky City Lord would have long been smashed into dregs by Gu Fei. You guys shouldn't have come to provoke me. Gu Fei stood on the ground with his hands behind his back. His body didn't emit any powerful aura or energy waves. He was just like an ordinary person, but at this time, no one dared to look down on him. Shui Qianjue was shocked and angered. In his agitation, he nearly vomited another mouthful of blood. Boss, save me. Right at this time, a voice came over from afar. What? Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure rushing towards him in a panic. Who could it be if not Aohu? Damn it! Gu Fei suddenly came to a realization. The time for borrowing power was almost up. The energy waves on Aohu's body were starting to decline. Once the borrowed power was completely exhausted, Aohu would be dead for sure. Aohu, who had reverted to his original form, couldn't even withstand the terrifying aura that erupted from the 3,000 Blackwater warriors and would be instantly killed. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 39-38. Although Gu Fei temporarily couldn't use any powerful techniques or techniques that surpassed the extreme Dao, he still had an invincible physique. This was because his physique was the eternal, immortal body that surpassed the extreme Dao. This was the first time such a physique had truly appeared in the cultivation world since ancient times. Yi Qingtian's physique in the Lost Lands wasn't a true eternal, immortal body. The path he walked was a different kind of eternal path with great limitations. At this moment, even Yi Qingtian would have to kneel before Gu Fei. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The 3,000 Blackwater warriors unleashed their full power and chased after Aohu. He could only beg for help from Gu Fei. This was because there was a time limit to the power Gu Fei lent to Aohu. He couldn't let Ao who maintained that kind of power that could fight heavenly sovereigns forever. Boss, save me. Ao who desperately tried to escape. When he arrived beside Gu Fei, the tyrannical energy fluctuations from his body had completely disappeared. At this moment, Gu Fei had lost the power of his techniques and couldn't lend his own power to Ao Hu. Meanwhile, the 3,000 Blackwater warriors were still rushing towards Gu Fei and Ao Hu. Their tyrannical power shook the heavens and earth. Even peak heavenly sovereigns would be shaken. Kill! The 3,000 Blackwater warriors roared at the same time. The energy from the ancient formation quickly condensed into a divine spear that was grasped in the hand of the black-armored warrior at the front. The black-armored warrior wielded a divine spear that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. With a roar, he threw it at Ao Hu with all his might. The divine spear arced through the void, directly tearing apart the heavens and earth. In an instant, it pierced towards Ao Hu's forehead. The destructive power it contained caused people's hearts to palpitate. Just as Ao Hu's forehead was about to be pierced by the divine spear and die, a hand reached out from the side and directly grabbed the divine spear. What? Everyone who saw this scene was indescribably shocked. That was the power gathered by the 3,000 Blackwater warriors through the ancient battle diagram. Just the combined power of the 3,000 Blackwater warriors was enough to contend against a heavenly sovereign. Not to mention that the ancient battle diagram was able to connect to the heavens and earth, drawing in a vast amount of heaven and earth energy. When these two merged, the battle prowess that erupted from them could definitely easily kill an ordinary holy venerate. Even peak holy venerates would be able to hold their ground. Reckless fool. Gu Fei remained expressionless. He exerted force in his hand that held the spear, and the divine spear that the 3,000 Blackwater warriors had condensed using the power of the heavens shattered into nothingness before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, Gu Fei punched out, and the ancient battle diagram formed by the interweaving Dao runes on the bodies of the 3,000 battle soldiers immediately crumbled. The energy gathered by the ancient battle diagram had no way to block Gu Fei's fist force. That was just the power that Gu Fei's fleshly body had unleashed. With one punch, the power behind his punch did not diminish in the slightest as it continued forward. The 3,000 Blackwater warriors cried out wretchedly as they were sent flying. Next, they exploded into a mist of blood in midair. How is this possible? The brilliant Sky City Lord was stunned by this scene. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary punch from Gu Fei would actually be able to kill all 3,000 Blackwater warriors. Boss, so mighty. Ao Hu was dumbfounded. The might of this punch from Gu Fei had completely stunned everyone. I can't be bothered to play with you guys anymore. As Gu Fei spoke, his right foot stomped down. Boom! The earth trembled, and the entire ground actually crumbled as a huge black hole appeared on the ground. At the same time, Gu Fei soared into the sky and instantly appeared before the brilliant Sky City Lord. Bang! Without any suspense, with just a single punch, the brilliant Sky City Lord was completely annihilated by Gu Fei. The items on his body also crumbled, leaving nothing behind. The insufferably arrogant and nearly invincible brilliant Sky City Lord became a thing of the past just like that. When all the cultivators from Eastern Barren City saw this scene, their legs turned soft from fear. This fellow was too strong. No wonder he could suppress countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City. All of you, go to hell. As Gu Fei spoke, he soared into the sky again and directly killed the group of Eastern Barren City experts in the sky. Run! Those experts from Eastern Barren City immediately turned around and fled. All of you, come over here. Gu Fei flipped his hands, and a terrifying devouring force immediately erupted from his hands. The surrounding cultivators were all shrouded by this force, and then they flew towards Gu Fei. All the experts from Eastern Barren City were scared out of their wits. Their bodies rapidly shrank, and then crumbled in the void, turning into powerful essence that was devoured. Hundreds of experts from Eastern Barren City were killed by Gu Fei just like that. Even a holy venerable like Shui Chinjue couldn't escape. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. One move killed hundreds of experts. Gu Fei was too ferocious. At this moment, In this battle, Gu Fei's name spread throughout the entire Eastern Barren City. The experts from the Crocodile clan who were watching the battle from afar quietly retreated. The experts from other territories also carefully retreated. Who would dare to provoke Gu Fei and his disciple? When Gu Fei attacked, he swept through all the enemies. With one fist, he suppressed all the cultivators until they lowered their heads. If they didn't lower their heads, he would kill them with one punch. At this moment, Gu Fei was shocked to find that his cultivation had returned. The next moment, his body shook, and the void around him immediately crumbled. Just as Gu Fei annihilated the army of Eastern Barren City, in the southern region, in Gu Fei's territory, the Li clan, the Tian clan, and the Chu clan were constantly dividing the cities. At this moment, the three supreme races of the southern region no longer had any scruples. They joined forces to swallow up Gu Fei's territory. As for the Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others, they could only hide in Supreme Ziyang's ancestral land. They could only watch helplessly as the territories that they originally controlled were taken away. The three supreme races of the southern region had countless followers. At this time, after Gu Fei disappeared for more than 10 years, everyone thought that it was impossible for Gu Fei to return. The old clan leader of the Tian clan didn't return either. However, the life token that he left behind was still there. The old clan leader of the Tian clan didn't die. He was still alive. This was the reason why the three supreme races had no scruples. At this moment, in the southern region of the ancestral realm, almost all the forces stood on the side of the three supreme races. Of course, there were still some forces that were still observing. After all, Gu Fei was the #1 killing god in the southern region of the ancestral realm. Many supremacies had died in his hands. If Gu Fei really came back, countless forces in the southern region would be in trouble. Gu Fei was decisive in killing. He had destroyed the Wood tribe, defeated the 9 supremacies, and defeated the supremacies of the Li tribe and the Chu tribe. Since ancient times, there had never been an existence as strong and powerful as Gu Fei in the southern region of the ancestral realm. At this moment, there was only one day left until the last warning from the Chu tribe leader, Chu Xingtian. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others knew that it was impossible for them to contend against Chu Xingtian and the others. However, with the addition of the Star Beast Venerable, they might be able to put up a fight. The adult Star Beast Venerable's entire body was a treasure. Its tendons, bones, blood, and flesh could be used to refine medicine. Most importantly, this Star Beast Venerable had a powerful combat strength that could contend against a supremacy. However, the situation wasn't optimistic. It should be known that the Li tribe and the Chu tribe had supremacies holding down the fort. Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu weren't to be trifled with. Big Brother Shooting Sun, what do you think we should do? In a valley in the Purple Sun's sacred ground, a figure sitting on a huge rock asked another figure sitting on a huge rock opposite him. 6 supremacies were gathered on the huge rock in the valley, either sitting, standing, or lying down. Not far away, a strange beast was lying on its stomach and spitting out clouds of smoke. It was a frightening sight. Specks of starlight appeared in the void around the strange beast from time to time, as though a star domain was faintly discernible in the void. This strange beast was the Star Beast. Furthermore, it was an adult Star Beast. When Gu Fei had left, he hadn't brought this strange beast with him. It was also because of the existence of this strange beast that the Chu tribe, the Sky tribe, and the Li tribe had some misgivings and hadn't barged into the Purple Sun's sacred ground. If it hadn't been for the Star Beast, the 3 supremacies would have barged into the Purple Sun's sacred ground and killed the Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others. What else can we do? We can only wait. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said with squinted eyes. To them, everything they did now was futile. If they dared to take a step out of the Purple Sun's sacred ground, the other party would kill them mercilessly. They would only be temporarily safe if they were near the Star Beast. That Chu Xingtian only gave us 3 days. The Black Wind Supremacy was restless. He didn't want to die. So what? He definitely doesn't know. Don't you know that Master hasn't really died? The Thunder Dao Supremacy glared at the Black Wind Supremacy. The Black Wind Supremacy immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. The Thunder Dao Supremacy wasn't wrong. Gu Fei had planted a restrictive technique on them. If Gu Fei had died, they would be buried with him. They were all alive and well, which proved that Gu Fei was still alive. Of course, apart from the 6 of them, no one else knew this secret. I hope Master will come back soon, the Purple Sun's Supremacy said with a sigh. At that moment, powerful figures started to appear around the Purple Sun's sacred ground. In the valley, the 6 supreme beings were all very nervous. Only the star beast was still snoring away at the side. It was still sleeping soundly. When the last day was about to arrive, Chu Xingtian's figure appeared in the distant sky. Surrender or die. Chu Xingtian's dignified voice was heard. Surrender your head. If you have the guts, fight your way in and kill me. The Black Wind Supremacy's voice was heard from the Purple Sun's sacred ground. In that case, all of you can die. Chu Xingtian stood in the void. His entire body was covered in divine light. There was even a halo behind his head. He was like a supreme celestial emperor leading the celestial army. In the Purple Sun's sacred ground, countless cultivators who saw this scene were extremely shocked. What should we do? The Chu clan is here. In the sacred ground, countless cultivators were extremely terrified. The Chu clan was one of the strongest clans in the southern region with a supremacy. What could they use to go against such a force? For the fastest updated novels, please visit Chapter 3939. In the southern region of the ancestral realm, banners were fluttering outside the Purple Sun Sanctuary. A murderous aura filled the air. The Chu clan's army was pressing down on the Purple Sun Sanctuary. Everyone in the Purple Sun Sanctuary was shocked. Chief Shooting Sun, what should we do? In the Purple Sun Holy Land, the Black Wind Supremacy was a little flustered. That was the Chu clan, and the clan leader, Chu Tianqing, was a supremacy. Although he wasn't a supremacy, he was definitely much stronger than Emperor Chu, who had been killed by Gu Fei with a single slap. What else can we do? If we can't win, we'll run. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said with a sigh. In fact, they had already prepared an escape route. So what if the Chu clan's army was pressing down on them? If they wanted to run, no one could stop them. 6 Supreme joined forces and an adult star beast. Even if Old Monster Chu came personally, he would not be able to stop them, let alone Chu Xingtian. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from outside the Purple Sun Sanctuary. The sound was extremely shocking, as if there were countless thunderbolts exploding. A terrifying destructive aura spread. Even the Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others could not help but change their expressions. Is it finally going to start? The Thunder Path Supremacy's expression was unprecedentedly serious. At this moment, the Purple Sun Sanctuary's protective array was already operating at full capacity. This array was incredible. It connected the stars above and the underworld below. The power of heaven and earth merged together and formed a yin-yang diagram that covered the entire area. However, as rays of divine light shot into the sky outside the Purple Sun Sanctuary, a super-killing array that covered the entire Purple Sun Sanctuary was taking shape. When 365 rays of divine light appeared in the sky, an extremely terrifying murderous aura immediately appeared between heaven and earth. The next moment, all living beings within a radius of billions of miles were extremely terrified. All the powerful living beings hid and trembled in fear. The Chu clan has made a move. Many powerhouses were watching from afar. The news that the Chu clan wanted to destroy the Purple Sun Sanctuary had already spread throughout the southern region of the ancestral realm. Many supreme figures appeared in the nearby area. As for the Li clan and the Tian clan, these 2 powerful races, they directly came to watch the battle. They did not make a move. Instead, they allowed the Chu clan to make a move. This was full of schemes. Their target was not the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others in the Purple Sun Sacred Ground. At this moment, within the camp of the Chu clan, the clan head, Chu Xingtian, stood within the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Surrounding him were the upper echelons of the Chu clan. Patriarch, do you think Gu Fei will appear? A white-robed supremacy said. This person was none other than Old Monster Chu's Dao child, Ling Xiao. He was also the Chu clan's supremacy, Ling Xiao. Chu Xingtian shook his head. Gu Fei had disappeared for more than 10 years, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. This was exactly what the three great clans of the Southern Territory feared. As far as they were concerned, Gu Fei was a madman, and whoever offended this madman would suffer misfortune. Humph! The Tian clan and the Li clan didn't make a move, and instead let us make a move. It's nothing more than a test. Another expert from the Chu clan said disdainfully, "Who cares if that Gu Fei is dead or not? If he isn't dead and dares to come back, that's even better. My family's ancestor can take revenge for what he did before." Autarch Skysoar said coldly, "Which step has the ancestor finally taken?" Everyone looked at Autarch Skysoar in surprise and joy. However, Autarch Skysoar only smiled and said nothing. "Haha, our clan is finally going to rule the Southern Territory again." An expert from the Chu clan said with a laugh, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill." An elder from the Chu clan said excitedly. The experts of the Chu clan didn't hesitate any longer and directly rushed out in all directions. Every expert guarded a formation core. There were 365 formation cores, which required 365 experts at the saint level and above to be in charge. The heavenly cycle-killing formation was the trump card of the Chu clan. Even in the entire Southern Territory, it was one of the top 3 ultimate killing formations. Rumble. At this moment, as the heavenly cycle-killing formation was activated, the 365 beams of divine light turned into 365 destructive divine sabers that slashed at the purple sun sacred ground. Buzz. When the 365 World Destroyer divine blades slashed at the purple sun sacred ground's great array, the entire great array shook. The World Destroyer divine blades broke through the great array of the purple sun sacred ground and slashed into the purple sun sacred ground. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was destroyed and turned into nothingness. What? On a mountain peak of the purple sun sacred ground, the shooting sun supreme and the others were shocked. They were at the center of the entire purple sun sacred ground. They could control all the formations in the purple sun sacred ground from the purple sun peak. Formation, rise. Countless Tao runes rushed out from Supremacy Zi Yang's body. In the next moment, a formation diagram appeared in the sky. Countless stars flashed. Above the firmament, the endless power of the stars was guided over and suppressed the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Boom! It was as if countless stars fell from the sky and smashed onto the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Then, the stars exploded one by one, releasing a terrifying destructive power. However, the power of the heavenly cycle-killing formation exploded and blocked the endless power of the stars that fell from the sky. The two powers collided continuously, and the void was destroyed continuously. However, the 365 destructive divine saber lights that slashed at the purple sun peak still broke through the layers of formation patterns and slashed forward. What? When the shooting sun supreme saw this, he was shocked. Even the heavenly cycle-killing formation couldn't block the heavenly cycle-killing formation? Again, Supreme Zi Yang attacked crazily. The power of the stars and the power of the earth intertwined, and the yin-yang Dao pattern appeared in the sky. The two powers seemed to transform into a horrifying millstone, and it went to destroy the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Rumble. The entire sky and earth shook, and there was a huge commotion in the purple sun's sacred ground. Mountain peaks collapsed one after another, and the originally supreme sacred ground became hell at this moment. Wherever the 365 saber lights passed, countless disciples of the purple sun's sacred ground were killed directly, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The cultivators who gathered in the purple sun's sacred ground were not just the disciples of the purple sun's sacred ground. There were also disciples of the shooting sun's sacred hall and the descendants of the other four supremes. The disciples of the Ying Tian sect were also gathered in the purple sun's sacred ground. This way, more people would die. On the purple sun peak, the hearts of the 6 supremes were bleeding. At this moment, as Supreme Zi Yang attacked with all his might, the 365 saber lights stopped for a moment. However, it was only for a moment, and they continued to slash at the purple sun peak. The Chu clan's heavenly cycle-killing formation is too strong. When they saw this, the expressions of the shooting sun supreme and the others changed drastically. If the 365 saber lights merged into one, even a supremacy would be killed. Ziyang, can you do it? If you can't, let's run. The Black Wind Supreme shouted at Supreme Ziyang, who was using all his strength to activate the protective killing formation. At this moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme, the Thunder Tao Supreme, and the others had already used their great mystic abilities to keep all their disciples in their inner worlds, and they were ready to run. The Chu clan was so powerful that they had actually used the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. That was a killing formation that required 365 saints and above to activate. Since ancient times, the Chu clan had only used this killing formation a few times. However, after witnessing it today, this killing formation indeed lived up to its name. It was indeed a supreme killing formation that could contend against a supremacy. You dare to say that I can't do it? When Supreme Ziyang heard this, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If you can't do it, just say it. At this moment, even the other Supremes were anxious. In just a few breaths' time, the 365 saber lights had already reached them. As long as the saber lights merged, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then, a wild beast that was many times larger than a mountain slowly stood up from the ground and roared at the sky. The entire void almost exploded, and the terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. Even the 365 saber lights that were slashing down were shaken. An extremely tyrannical power erupted from the body of this wild beast. Instantly, the weather changed, the sun and the moon dimmed, and all the stars in the sky seemed like they were about to fall from the sky. Star Beast. In the center of the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation, Chu Xingtian and the others' expressions changed when they heard the beast's roar. This time, the biggest variable in the Chu clan's attack on the Purple Sun Holy Ground was the Star Beast. After all, this was an adult Star Beast. The strength and terror of an adult Star Beast was absolutely unimaginable. After all, wherever an adult Star Beast appeared, the entire star field would suffer. This was a supreme beast that could devour the universe. The giant beast opened its mouth and sucked. The endless power of the stars and earth essence that Supreme Ziyang had guided over were all swallowed by this wild beast. An extremely shocking scene appeared. The incomparably huge yin-yang diagram was actually swallowed by this star beast in one gulp. Ugh! Supreme Ziyang spat out a mouthful of blood. The protective formation of the Purple Sun Holy Ground had been broken, and he also suffered a great impact. Haha! The Star Beast is still the most powerful. On the Purple Sun Peak, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others couldn't help but be surprised and delighted when they saw this scene. The Star Beast could devour the heavens and the earth. It seemed like the legendary heaven-swallowing beast was only SOSO. When this adult Star Beast inhaled, it seemed like the entire world was about to be swallowed into its body. The 365 world-destroying saber lights also flew into its mouth. How is this possible? Chu Xingtian and the others in the center of the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation couldn't believe this scene. The power of the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation was extremely tyrannical. He would even be able to put up a fight against a supremacy-level existence. However, the strength of this star beast had already exceeded Chu Xingtian's expectations. This wild beast cultivation was already so strong that it could compete with a peak supremacy. Kill! Chu Xingtian roared. Kill! A roar rang out from the 365 formation cores in the sky at the same time, and a peerlessly powerful killing power erupted from the killing formation, transforming into a sword that slashed towards the star beast. The almost immortal sword light destroyed everything, even the great path. Even an adult star beast would be startled by this shocking sword strike. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 3940. The deadline given by Chu Xingtian was up. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others naturally would not surrender obediently. It was because they knew very well that Gu Fei was not dead. Not only was he not dead, but his cultivation had also become even stronger. That was because Gu Fei had planted a restrictive spell on them. If Gu Fei were to perish, the restrictive spell on them would erupt and destroy their bodies and souls. The stronger Gu Fei's cultivation was, the more powerful the restrictive spell would be. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others could sense that the restrictive spell on them had become stronger than before. Under such circumstances, only a fool would side with Chu Xingtian. If Gu Fei were to return and see that they had sided with the Chu clan, one thought from him would be enough to destroy their bodies and souls. If the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others did not surrender, the consequences would be dire. Chu Xingtian activated the Heavenly Cycle-Killing Matrix right away. The Heavenly Cycle-Killing Matrix was the trump card of the Chu clan. It would not be used easily. At that moment, Chu Xingtian went all out. The Heavenly Cycle-Killing Matrix operated crazily. The endless Heavenly Cycle power transformed into a terrifying world-destroying sword light and slashed at the Star Beast. In the face of such a powerful attack, even the Star Beast was somewhat frightened. The giant beast's huge body shrank and turned into a white-haired young man. Roar! The white-haired young man, who had transformed into the Star Beast, roared angrily and punched at the sword light. His white hair danced wildly, and an overbearing aura spread in all directions. In front of the white-haired young man's fist, a star region seemed to have appeared. Countless stars emerged, and every star was extremely dazzling. However, when the world-destroying sword light fell, the stars in the sky exploded and the sword light slashed the star region in front of the white-haired young man's fist. The sword light slashed at the white-haired young man's fist. Two peerless and tyrannical forces collided with each other and exploded in an instant. Buzz! The void shook violently. In the next moment, a circle of transparent ripples spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into dust. Countless Tao patterns dissipated in the void. The white-haired young man roared and instantly retreated thousands of miles away, smashing through several mountains. He looked down and saw that there was a bloody wound on his fist. Even his bones were exposed. Damn it! When the white-haired young man, who was transformed from the Star Beast, saw the bloodstain on his fist, his bestial nature was immediately aroused, and his pupils instantly turned red. His blood-red eyes were filled with madness. At that moment, the Shooting Sun Sovereign and the other 5 Supremes worked together on Purple Sun Peak. They opened up a space and barely managed to block the terrifying energy ripples descending from the sky. This is bad. Even the Star Beast Venerable is no match for it. On Violet Sun Peak, the expressions of the 6 primes changed. Kill! White-haired Beast Sovereign raised his head and roared. Terrifying star energy surged out from his body. Boundless star energy descended from the sky and entered his body. In the next moment, he instantly turned into an extremely dazzling starlight that pierced through the Heavenly Cycle-Killing Formation. Swoosh! Wherever the starlight passed, it directly tore through the void, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. What? Chu Xingtian, who was in the Heavenly Cycle-Killing Formation, could not help but be shocked when he saw that. The strength of the Star Beast had far exceeded his expectations. Before he could react, the starlight that was transformed from the Star Beast had already crashed into the Heavenly Cycle-Killing Formation. The beam of starlight directly tore apart the Heavenly Cycle-Killing Formation. Wherever the starlight passed, countless Tao patterns dissipated and were directly destroyed. At the same time, the Chu clan saints who were controlling the killing formation in the eye of the formation all had their bodies disintegrated, turning into a mist of blood. Humph! Do you think you can break through my clan's killing formation like this? What a joke! Chu Xingtian was in the center of the Heavenly Cycle-Killing Formation. He could sense the changes of the entire killing formation immediately. The starlight that was transformed from the Star Beast Venerable had actually directly rushed into the Heavenly Cycle-Killing Formation. He admired the Star Beast Venerable's courage. At that moment, the formation patterns that had been destroyed by the starlight condensed again. The saints who had collapsed into a mist of blood also condensed their physical bodies and were reborn. Once the Heavenly Cycle Slaughter Formation was activated, it would never be destroyed. No matter what kind of damage it suffered, as long as the core of the formation was not destroyed, the killing formation would not be destroyed, and the saints that guarded the core of the formation would not truly die. This is outrageous. An intense divine will fluctuation came from the exterminating starlight. The star beast Venerable also noticed this phenomenon. The killing formation that was originally broken had already been repaired, and he was trapped in the killing formation. This is bad. At that moment, the shooting sun supreme and the others who saw the star beast rushing into the heavenly cycle killing formation were dumbfounded. That was the heavenly cycle killing formation, who in the entire southern region of the ancestral realm did not know how terrifying the heavenly cycle killing formation was. The Chu clan was able to compete with the Li clan and the Heavenly clan because they had this almost indestructible killing formation. Otherwise, how could they compete with the Heavenly clan and the Li clan with just old monster Chu? Chief Shooting Sun, let's retreat. The Black Wind Supreme said anxiously on the purple sun peak. Even the star beast Venerable was trapped in the heavenly cycle killing formation. Who else could be a match for Chu Xingtian? The purple sun's sacred ground could not hold on any longer. This was the third supreme level ancestral land that had been destroyed. The previous ones were the ancestral land of the Thunder Clan, the ancestral land of the Thunder Lake, and the Shooting Sun Supreme. Wherever the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others went, they would suffer. At that moment, the Purple Sun Supreme's heart was bleeding. He had managed the Purple Sun's sacred ground for countless years, but it was completely destroyed in a day. Chu Xingtian, I won't rest until you die. The Purple Sun Supreme roared angrily. Retreat. At that moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme did not insist anymore. If he did not escape now, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Stop being angry. Save some energy for us to escape. The Skywind Supreme said anxiously. At this moment, he was about to die, but the Purple Sun Supreme still had the time to be angry. What was the use of this against Chu Xingtian? The Purple Sun Supreme was helpless. He had no choice but to give up his ancestral land. On the Purple Sun Peak, the 6 supreme beings joined forces. The entire divine peak immediately shook and rose from the ground. The divine peak emitted endless divine light of the great path. Swoosh! The gigantic divine mountain broke through the void and entered the void, disappearing in an instant. They escaped? When the experts of the Chu clan outside the Purple Sun's sacred ground saw this scene, they could not help but be shocked and angry. It should be known that the consequences of letting these people escape were severe. The Chu clan would not be able to live in peace in the future if they were targeted by the 6 supreme beings. No one expected the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others to have such a trick up their sleeves. The entire Purple Sun Peak was actually a magic treasure. Moreover, it was a supreme treasure that could break through the void and escape into the chaos in an instant. The escape of the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others made Chu Xingtian nervous. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, visit Chapter 3941. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others had fled, which made the powerhouses of the Chu clan extremely nervous. Some of them even broke through the void and chased after them. Damn it! You evil creature! How dare you ruin my plans? Go to hell! Chu Xingtian, who was in the center of the heavenly cycle-killing formation, was furious. He operated the heavenly cycle-killing formation with all his might, and countless sword lights pierced through the white-haired young man trapped in the formation from all directions. Every sword light was enough to kill an ordinary supremacy. This was a peerless killing formation that was operated by 365 Chu clan powerhouses who were above the saint level. It was impressive that the star beast Venerable was able to hold on until now. Trying to kill me? The star beast Venerable sneered and activated a black object in his hand. In the next moment, a divine light erupted from his hand and enveloped him instantly. Trying to jump? I'll definitely seal you. Chu Xingtian roared furiously. The power of the heavenly cycle-killing formation changed, and the void that was enveloped by the killing formation immediately became as hard as immortal divine steel. However, the star beast Venerable broke through the layers of heavenly cycle-killing formation, escaped into the void, and disappeared on the spot. How is this possible? Chu Xingtian's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Who could escape after being trapped in the heavenly cycle-killing formation? There had never been such a thing since ancient times. The might of the heavenly cycle-killing formation was well known in the entire ancestral realm. In the entire ancestral realm, the heavenly cycle-killing formation was definitely among the top 3. Moreover, the heavenly cycle-killing formation was not created by the Chu clan's ancestors. Instead, an ancestor of the Chu clan had obtained it from an ancient ruin. The original formation diagram of the heavenly cycle-killing formation was incomplete. However, through the continuous repair and improvement of the powerhouses of the Chu clan, the formation diagram was successfully completed. Although the power of the heavenly cycle-killing formation was shocking and terrifying, it could not be compared to the true heavenly cycle-killing formation. Although the Chu clan had completed the formation diagram, it was not the original formation diagram. Hence, the power of the heavenly cycle-killing formation was greatly reduced. Even so, the Chu clan had used the heavenly cycle-killing formation to conquer a large territory in the southern region. In the end, they even became one of the 3 strongest tribes in the southern region. Something that had never happened before had actually happened. It wasn't just Chu Xingtian, even the other saints of the Chu clan were dumbfounded. Clan leader, all the saints of the heavenly cycle-killing formation looked at Chu Xingtian. The star beast Venerable had actually escaped. This was not a good thing for the Chu clan. After all, the star beast Venerable was a supreme lord-level existence. The saints were invincible in the southern region of the ancestral realm. At this moment, Old Monster Chu was at a critical juncture. Even if the Chu clan faced the danger of being exterminated, he might not come out. Roar! Chu Xingtian roared furiously at the sky. This battle was truly too stifling. They couldn't even capture a single one of the shooting sun's supremacy, let alone kill them. Even the star Venerable beast had fled. What exactly is that thing in that beast's hand? Chu Xing raged in the sky for a while before he calmed down. The heavenly cycle-killing array was said to be able to trap and kill supremacies. Even if someone as strong as the star beast sovereign was trapped in the killing array, it would not be able to escape. The reason the star beast Venerable was able to escape from the heavenly cycle-killing formation was due to the mysterious item in his hand. Seeing that, Chu Xingtian became even more shocked and furious. Not even the domain-killing formation could do anything to the star beast premier. For the Chu clan, the star beast premier was a serious threat. At that moment, the heavenly cycle-killing array closed up and the entire purple sun ancestral ground was instantly obliterated, disappearing from the earth. The news that the Chu clan had conquered the purple sun sanctuary quickly spread throughout the entire southern region. The southern region was shocked. After that, the Chu clan accepted half of Gu Fei's territory, while the rest of the territory was divided between the Tian clan and the Li clan. Since then, the territory that Gu Fei had painstakingly taken down in the southern region of the ancestral realm was completely divided by the 3 strong clans. The Chu clan had undoubtedly obtained great benefits. The Tian clan and the Li clan did not want to take action, but the Chu clan had. Naturally, the Chu clan had taken the most territory. Just as the Chu clan took down the Purple Sun Holy Land, the void in the sky above a primordial mountain hundreds of millions of miles away from the Purple Sun Holy Land suddenly shook like water. Then, the void suddenly collapsed, and a huge mountain directly rushed out of the void and floated high up in the sky. A powerful aura immediately spread out from the top of the mountain. All the birds and beasts in the mountains hid themselves and trembled. I finally escaped death. A cheer was heard from the mountain peak. This mountain peak was the Purple Sun Peak of the Purple Sun Holy Land. 6 supremacies stood on the mountain peak. These people were the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others who had escaped from the Purple Sun Holy Land. The Chu clan is courting death, the Shooting Sun Supreme said fiercely. The Shooting Sun Supreme said fiercely. His eyes turned cold and sharp. If Master returns, he will definitely annihilate the Chu clan this time. Tianfeng Supreme said with a solemn expression. Only annihilate the Chu clan? You underestimate Master too much. Thunderpath Supreme said disapprovingly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. However, when they thought about how powerful Gu Fei was, they understood. Gu Fei was a peerless, ferocious person. If he returned, the 3 great clans would suffer a calamity. However, no one knew when Gu Fei would return. At the same time, in the eastern region, Eastern Wilderness, Eastern Wilderness City. A person was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall of the City Lord Mansion. This person was Aohu. The current Eastern Wilderness was no longer the Eastern Wilderness of the past. The current Eastern Wilderness City had also changed owners. During the battle in Giant Wolf City, the entire Eastern Wilderness Army had been annihilated. Even the 3,000 Black Water soldiers had been annihilated by Gu Fei. The Eastern Wilderness City Lord had also died in battle. Gu Fei and Ao, who had directly killed their way to Eastern Wilderness City. In the face of Gu Fei's tyrannical strength, the Eastern Wasteland City's defensive array couldn't even withstand a single blow. They smoothly took control of the entire Eastern Wasteland City, taking over all the spiritual lands belonging to the Blackwater Sovereign King. This way, they had completely offended the Blackwater Supreme King. However, so what? At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, he was no longer afraid of any opponent. If the Blackwater Supreme King dared to come, he would just slap him to death. Gu Fei did not like to manage Eastern Wilderness City, but Aohu was somewhat interested in power. Hence, the current City Lord of Eastern Wilderness City was Aohu, an immortal. An immortal had actually become the City Lord of Eastern Barren City. No one would believe it even if they told others about it. However, this was the truth. The current City Lord of Eastern Wilderness City was an immortal. However, among the territories of the other factions in the Eastern region, there was no overlord who dared to look down on the current City Lord of Eastern Wilderness City. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 3942. When Gu Fei and Ao who entered the Eastern Wasteland City, they shook the entire Eastern Wasteland. Although the Eastern Wasteland was regarded as a barren land in the eastern domain of the ancestral world, it was also the place with the thinnest spiritual land of heaven and earth. However, it was still divided among the major forces. The major forces of the Eastern Domain all had territories in the Eastern Wasteland. Adjacent to the Blackwater Supreme King's territory was the Heavenly Crocodile Supreme King's territory. The Divine Crocodile City Lord and the Brilliant Sky City Lord were mortal enemies. Now, the Brilliant Sky City Lord was killed by Gu Fei, but the Divine Crocodile City Lord couldn't be happy because Gu Fei and Ao who were too powerful and domineering. These two fellas weren't Brilliant Sky, but they were many times stronger than him. If they wanted to conquer the Eastern Wasteland and unify it, it wouldn't be a difficult task. However, as time passed, Gu Fei and Ao who occupied the Eastern Wasteland City, they stayed in the City Lord's mansion and didn't come out. However, the forces of the entire Eastern Wasteland City didn't dare to act rashly. It should be known that even the Brilliant Sky City Lord was killed by Gu Fei. Who could be a match for Gu Fei and Aohu? The Eastern Wasteland City looked calm on the surface. It didn't fall into chaos because of the death of a large number of experts. Especially after the death of the 3,000 Blackwater warriors, this ancient city became a city without an army to protect it. Some thieves and rascals began to appear. Aohu brought a group of personal guards from the Giant Wolf City. This group of personal guards only had a few dozen people, but they were the best soldiers of the Giant Wolf City. They were all immortal existences. However, to manage the entire Eastern Wasteland City with just a few dozen people was a pipe dream. It was barely enough to use them to guard the City Lord's mansion. At this time, Gu Fei was very depressed. His cultivation base was still fluctuating. When he had cultivation base, he felt that he was strong enough to refine the entire ancestral world. He could destroy the entire starry sky with a raise of his hand. He could also split the sky and earth with a flip of his hand, evolving a nearly perfect world. This was the power and terror of an eternal being. Eternal being was eternal and indestructible, a true supreme existence that surpassed the extreme Tao. When Gu Fei had the eternal being cultivation base, he was in awe of this power. It was so strong that it could make people immortal for eternity. A drop of blood from an eternal could be used to save someone. Even if that person was killed in body and soul, even if only a fragment of their soul remained, they could reform their nascent divinity and be reborn. When used to kill people, a drop of blood could directly destroy a supreme being's body and soul. Gu Fei's physical body had already transformed into the eternal indestructible body, but the power of eternity was intermittent. Ever since he left Giant Wolf City, his cultivation had yet to recover. This was Tian Fei's Longu Fei, was bored to death as he lay on the throne in the middle of the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He was playing with the 2 golden beads in his hand. The 2 beads were emitting a misty golden glow. Dragon God World King, every golden city country's Tian City. These were the life god beads. They were formed from endless life essence. In the world of cultivation, these life god beads were very rare. Even sages would be jealous of them, because a life god bead was equivalent to a life. Boss, these 2 beads, Ao who stared at the 2 golden divine pearls in Gu Fei's hand with glowing eyes. If he were to eat one of these beads, his cultivation base would definitely soar. He might even be able to break through the immortal god realm and become an immortal king, or even an immortal emperor. Ao whose cultivation base was too low. He wouldn't be able to control the situation. He knew very well that the people in Eastern Wasteland City weren't afraid of him. They were afraid of the person lying on the city lord's throne. You want it? Gu Fei looked at Ao Hu and said, Yes, yes. Only a fool wouldn't want it. Ao Hu said hurriedly, No. If I don't want it, wouldn't I be the fool you're talking about? Gu Fei said, Tididus, boss, that's not what I meant. Anyway, you have a lot of these things. Just throw me a few. Ao Hu said with a fawning look, A few more? Gu Fei was truly amused by this fella. Of course, he did have a lot of these things. There were a few god springs of life in the depths of his inner world. As for the life god bead, it was a godly treasure that was formed from the god springs of life. It could bring back flesh and bones from the dead. For mortals, even if they were to wear these beads on their bodies, they would be nourished by life essence day and night, allowing them to extend their lifespan. If they were to consume it, they would gain hundreds or even thousands of years of lifespan out of nowhere. And that was for mortals. Even if they were to consume the life god bead, it would be a waste. That was because mortals did not know how to cultivate and refine life essence. It was already pretty good for mortals to be able to absorb half of the life essence from the life god bead. Cultivators were different. If they could obtain the life god bead, they would be able to refine the life essence into their own essence to increase their cultivation. It's a pity that my cultivation has yet to recover. Otherwise, I could throw you into my inner world to train for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if you're a pig, you can still become a sage. Gu Fei said. Hearing this, Ao Hu was extremely excited. Becoming a sage. This was something he had never dared to dream of. Then, boss, why don't you give me these 2 life god beads first? Ao Hu said with a smile. No. Gu Fei shook his head. Ao Hu persevered and continued to fawn. In the end, he really got the 2 life god beads from Gu Fei. He was so happy that he almost rolled on the ground. He rushed into the training room at the back of the city lord's mansion and prepared to refine the life god bead to increase his cultivation. Gu Fei casually tossed the 2 life god beads to Ao Hu. If others knew about this, the entire eastern wilderness would be shaken. Those were life god beads, rare divine treasures. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then stood up and walked out of the hall. He took a step forward and leaped into the air, disappearing in an instant. To enter the secular world, one naturally had to enter the secular world. Gu Fei had been wandering in the eastern region for more than a decade, but his cultivation seemed to have not improved at all. This made him very depressed. Eastern Wilderness City, a sect in the south of the city, the Black Water sect, was one of the 3 major forces in the city. At this time, the Black Water sect was engaged in a fierce battle. The upper echelons of the Black Water sect had all died in battle in Giant Wolf City. When the news spread, the entire Black Water sect was in a mess. All the important figures above the elder level had fallen. Therefore, the cultivators of the Black Water sect fought for the position of the sect master. Boom! At this time, there was a loud noise. The tightly shut gate of the Black Water sect suddenly exploded. Then, 2 figures escaped from inside. It was a middle-aged man and a young girl. Daughter, run! The middle-aged man roared, then suddenly turned around and struck out with his palm. Boom! The 2 forces collided, and a wave of energy spread out. The middle-aged man and the young girl were immediately sent flying and rolled on the ground. Song Ming, obediently accept your death, and I will spare your daughter's life. Ha ha! A loud laugh came from the door, and then a figure strode out from inside. In your dreams, the middle-aged man got up from the ground and threw the young girl in purple out. Ouch! At this time, there was a cry of surprise from the street. The young girl in purple had directly smashed into a young man on the street. A trapeze artist? The young man in black said while holding the young girl in purple. At this time, the street was filled with cultivators. The internal strife of the Blackwater sect had already alarmed all the cultivators in the city, and many people had come to watch the show. Song Ming, die. The old man in black strode forward. With a wave of his right hand, a black light immediately rushed out of his hand, directly splitting the void and slashing towards Song Ming. The middle-aged man Song Ming hurriedly dodged to the side. The black light slashed past him, leaving a long mark on the ground. What's going on? Song Ming lost to Zhao Tian? When the cultivators outside saw this scene, they couldn't help but discuss. The fight for the position of sect master among the experts of the Blackwater sect had reached a white-hot stage, and many people had already died. Originally, Song Ming had a high chance of becoming the sect master, but now it seemed that Zhao Tian was a cut above him. He actually went after Song Ming and his daughter. Bam! At this moment, Zhao Tian instantly appeared in front of Song Ming like a ghost, and he smashed his fist onto Song Ming's chest, causing a violent force to erupt. Immediately, a sound of bones breaking came from Song Ming's body. His chest caved in, and his whole body flew backward while coughing up blood. At this time, Gu Fei was a little stunned. He was just strolling on the street, and a young girl actually threw herself into his arms. This was a blessing in disguise. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 3943. In Eastern Barren City, the Blackwater sect was in chaos. Song Ming and Zhao Tian were the leaders of the Blackwater sect. Originally, Song Ming had a great chance to defeat Zhao Tian and become the new Blackwater sect master. However, this damn Zhao Tian actually colluded with outsiders and launched a surprise attack on Song Ming. Song Ming's camp was immediately thrown into disarray, and they were defeated like a landslide. Only Song Ming escaped from the Blackwater sect with his daughter, Song Fei-er. However, how could Zhao Tian let Song Ming go so easily? He chased them all the way to the street. Gu Fei originally wanted to stroll around Eastern Barren City, but he did not expect to encounter such a thing. A great beauty actually fell on him. However, just as he was about to enjoy this good fortune, the girl quickly jumped out of his arms and cried as she threw herself at a middle-aged man who was lying on the ground. Father! The girl burst into tears, causing Gu Fei to stare blankly at her. Soon, he knew what had happened. This was the rhythm of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit. This guy called Zhao Tian was simply a big bad wolf through and through. Gu Fei's heart of justice suddenly erupted like a volcano, unable to be controlled. Miss, I'm coming to save you. Gu Fei bellowed and was about to step forward. Boy, who are you? Do you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Before Gu Fei could take a step forward, a servant in green jumped out from the opposite side and pointed at Gu Fei and scolded him. A mortal boy actually wants to be a hero and save the beauty. It's really ridiculous. Really ridiculous. This guy is probably crazy. There was a burst of mockery around. Gu Fei's cultivation had completely disappeared. At this moment, he was extremely ordinary. He did not have a strong aura, nor did he have a strong power fluctuation. No matter how you looked at him, from top to bottom, or upside down, Gu Fei was still immortal. Sword servant, get rid of this guy. The white-clothed young man waving a folding fan said impatiently, then walked toward the girl in purple with a smile. Yes, young master. The green-clothed servant hurriedly accepted the order, and then he gave Gu Fei a savage smile before patting the sword on his back. Clang! A sharp ray of sword light shot into the sky from his back and was caught by the azure-clothed sword servant. The sword radiance dissipated. It was a simple and unadorned long sword with countless Dao patterns flowing on its body. Kid, You're unlucky today. The azure-robed sword servant approached Gu Fei with his immortal sword in hand. Run. Song Feier was shocked and anxiously shouted at Gu Fei. Run? They are the ones who should escape. Gu Fei said with a smile. Humph, reckless fellow. The young master with the surname Qi glanced at Gu Fei disdainfully. In the eyes of immortals like them, mortals were not even comparable to ants. Immortals were high above and could control the life and death of mortals at will. Whoever they wanted to die couldn't live, and whoever they wanted to live couldn't die even if they wanted to. Little girl, if you're willing to follow me, how about I save your father? Qi Tiansheng waved his folding fan and smiled at the tear-stained Song Feier. He had to admit that Song Feier was one of the most beautiful fairies he'd ever seen. It would be the most wonderful thing in the world if he could roll in the sheets with Song Feier. Zhao Tian shook his head helplessly when he saw this. This guy was simply a spoiled brat, but he was also extremely powerful. Qi Tiansheng was the most outstanding genius of the Qi clan in the primogeniture realm's eastern region. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but his cultivation was already catching up to his father, Qi Huaishan. Go to hell. Song Feier roared at Qi Tiansheng. Haha, too bad I can't die. Qi Tiansheng grinned cheekily. The green-robed sword servant had already made his move. An extremely sharp sword light rushed out of his hand and slashed at Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei stood there quietly, neither dodging nor attacking. He simply let the sword light slash down. Clang! The sound of metal shattering rang out. In the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The incomparably sharp sword light directly chopped down on Gu Fei's head. The sword light actually shattered in an instant, turning into countless specks of light that scattered in all directions. Each speck of light was a tiny fragment. How is this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. What had they just seen? A mortal had casually shattered a sword immortal's flying sword? The green-robed sword servant was a sword immortal who had ascended to immortality. A sword immortal's battle prowess was definitely one of the best among cultivators of the same level. However, the green-robed sword servant could not even withstand a single blow from this mortal. The green-robed sword servant immediately suffered a great blow when his natal sword was destroyed. His body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly became weary and listless. Impossible, the green-robed sword servant murmured to himself. He could not believe that this mortal, who seemed to have no cultivation at all, had withstood his attack and even shattered his natal sword. Qi Tiansheng could not help but frown when he saw this scene. You actually used your physical body to resist an immortal sword? Song Feier's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Gu Fei as if she was looking at a monster. How could a mortal? This scene made everyone's eyeballs pop out. Is this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Interesting. Qi Tiansheng closed his folding fan and stared at Gu Fei coldly. Nephew Qi, let me help you get rid of this guy. Zhao Tian stared coldly at Gu Fei and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Zhao. Qi Tiansheng smiled faintly. With Zhao Tian's help, even if this kid was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, he would not be able to defeat Zhao Tian. Piece of cake. Zhao Tian took a step forward. In the next moment, an overbearing aura exploded from his body and pressed down on Gu Fei. Sage to be? Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could even kill a holy master with one slap, let alone a mere sage to be. Sigh. I wonder who's the one courting death. Now you know fear. Haha. The green-robed sword servant sneered at Gu Fei. Zhao Tian was a sage to be who could break through to the sage realm at any time. However, it was definitely not easy to become a real sage and take that step. Some people were stuck in the sage to be for countless years and could not take that step to become a real sage. This guy is dead. You'd better follow me obediently. Haha. Qi Tiansheng looked at Song Feier and laughed. You. Hearing this, Song Feier almost fainted from anger. I'd rather die than submit. At this moment, Song Ming coughed out blood and said with difficulty, Rumble. At this moment, Zhao Tian made his move. A huge black hand appeared in the sky and slapped down on Gu Fei. Gu Fei stared at the giant hand descending from the sky as his lips curled into a cold smile. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3944. All the cultivators above the sage level in Eastern Barren City were killed by Gu Fei and Ao Hu during the battle in Giant Wolf City. At this moment, all the major forces in Eastern Barren City were in a mess. The higher-ups of these forces disappeared all of a sudden, forming a power vacuum. It would be strange if the major forces in the city were not in a mess. At this moment, on the street in front of the Blackwater sect, a huge black hand descended from the sky and slapped down on a seemingly ordinary person on the street. Rumble. The power of a quasi-sage exploded, causing the entire void to tremble. Gu Fei was still calm in the face of this palm. Boom. The huge black hand instantly slapped the ground, causing dust to fly up and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Bam! With a muffled sound, a figure broke through the huge black hand and flew up into the sky. He then swept a leg at Zhao Tian at an extremely fast speed. What? Zhao Tian was startled and hastily tried to dodge, but Gu Fei's speed was too fast. Bam! Gu Fei's leg landed on Zhao Tian's head. In the next moment, Zhao Tian's head was finished. It exploded and turned into a bloody mist. His entire body flew out and smashed into a house. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. There was no fluctuation of energy coming from this guy, but he was able to fight against a quasi-sage. This was a miracle. At this moment, Zhao Tian was still standing on the ground. Although his head was destroyed by Gu Fei's kick, he was still a quasi-sage with a strong cultivation. Even if this fellow was blasted into dregs, this fellow could still be reborn in defiance of the heavens. As long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, Zhao Tian would not die. However, the flesh on Zhao Tian's body wriggled and his broken head grew back. Very soon, Zhao Tian had completely recovered and his cultivation was extremely strong. Roar! Zhao Tian roared to the sky. This time, it was really embarrassing. To have his head destroyed by a kick was definitely a great humiliation to him. Go to hell. Zhao Tian seemed to have gone mad. He raised both his hands and 10 tyrannical black lights rushed out from his hands, piercing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly and allowed the 10 black lights to collide with his body. In the next moment, the sound of iron being struck rang out from his body. The rays of black light shattered the moment they touched him. 10 rays of black light. 10 rays of black light. 10 rays of black light. This time, Zhao Tianzhen was shocked. This guy was just a mortal, so how could he have such a strong physical body? On the other hand, Song Feier's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The surrounding cultivators had already turned into stone statues. In their opinion, Gu Fei was just a mortal without any cultivation. He might have some forbidden artifact on him that's concealing his cultivation. Qi Tianqing suddenly said coldly. Kill. Zhao Tian roared crazily. His hands were like the claws of an eagle, tearing at Gu Fei. Tyrannical energy waves spread from his hands. Noisy. Gu Fei frowned impatiently and slapped out. Bam. Zhao Tian didn't even have the chance to let out a shrill cry before he was slapped into a ball of bloody mist by Gu Fei, and nothing was left behind. Even the magic treasures in his possession had shattered into pieces and turned into scrap metal. This time, Zhao Tian's body and soul were both destroyed. Zhao Tian had just defeated Song Ming and thought that he could become the leader of the Blackwater sect. However, no one expected that extreme joy would turn into sorrow. Zhao Tian was slapped into meat paste by Gu Fei. The disciples of the Blackwater sect who followed Zhao Tian immediately fell into chaos. This guy was too cruel. He killed Zhao Tian with a single slap. This Zhao Tian was definitely not a weakling. This time, even Qi Tianqing was a little moved. You what? Kill. Gu Fei was definitely not a soft-hearted person. He roared and charged at Qi Tianqing. Qi Tianqing hurriedly retreated. However, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow and punched out. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's fist landed on Qi Tianqing's chest. In the next moment, The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his chest. Qi Tianqing was then sent flying. He was almost split in half by Gu Fei's punch. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and it seemed like he was going to die. How is this possible? Qi Tianqing had never imagined that this fellow who looked like a mortal would actually be so tyrannical. At this moment, everyone looked at Gu Fei as if he was a monster. This is a miracle, someone exclaimed. There was a commotion among the spectators. The cultivators in eastern Huang City who were not even sages naturally could not see through Gu Fei's strength. In fact, even an honorable would not be able to see through it. Killing a half-step sage with one punch? Song Ming sat up from the ground with difficulty. He could not help but be surprised and overjoyed when he saw this. At this time, Qi Tianqing was also going to die. He was already lucky that his body and soul were not destroyed on the spot after being punched by Gu Fei. In the end, Qi Tianqing still died. Gu Fei would not save him. Big brother, you're so powerful. Song Feier, the purple-clad girl, looked at Gu Fei with stars in her eyes. It's okay, it's okay. Gu Fei said with a smile. You call this okay? Countless cultivators who were watching the battle rolled their eyes. No one would have thought that the Black Water sect's internal strife would end because of a young man in black. Gu Fei threw a divine pearl of life to Song Ming. With the divine pearl of life, Song Ming could not die even if he wanted to. Do you want me to destroy the Black Water sect? Gu Fei said to Song Feier with a calm expression. What? The Black Water sect's disciples were shocked. If Gu Fei wanted to destroy the Black Water sect, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Don't. Song Feier hurriedly shook her head. If the Black Water sect was destroyed, wouldn't her father become a general? Then we'll never be destroyed. Gu Fei swept his gaze over the Black Water sect's disciples and said coldly. All the disciples of the Black Water sect were trembling in fear. Gu Fei and Song Feier's words could determine their life and death. The feeling of being controlled made the Black Water sect's disciples very unhappy. Thank you for saving us, brother. Song Ming could actually stand after eating the divine pearl of life. No need for formalities. I just wanted to save little sister. Gu Fei looked at Song Feier and said with a smile, for the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 39:45. The fact that Gu Fei killed a half-step saint with a single punch and turned the tables on Song Ming and his daughter shocked all the cultivators who were watching the battle. Young man, you're in trouble. An old man nearby said this before turning around and leaving. You killed Qi Tianqing. The Qi clan won't let you off easily. Song Ming said worriedly. It was fine if Gu Fei killed Zhao Tian with a single punch, but Zhao Tian colluded with outsiders to kill his fellow disciples. He deserved to die. However, Gu Fei killed Qi Tianqing. That was a different story. Qi Tianqing came from the Qi clan in the eastern region of the primogeniture realm. The Qi clan was one of the 12 major forces in the eastern region and had a king supreme. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke such a force. However, Gu Fei had killed Qi Tianqing with a single punch. To the cultivators of the eastern barren city who were watching the battle, this was like a hole in the sky. Gu Fei did not care about this. He walked into the Black Water sect. Song Ming and his daughter followed behind him, as well as the disciples of the Black Water sect who were loyal to Song Ming. These fellows from the Black Water sect were very smart. They were very good at adapting to the situation. When Song Ming lost his power, these fellows jumped to Zhao Tian's side. Now that Zhao Tian was dead, these fellows gathered around Song Ming again. Gu Fei walked into the Black Water Gate and saw that it was a garden-like building. In the middle of it was a palace. The fact that the Black Water sect had such a place in the eastern barren city showed that it was a powerful force in the city. However, the Black Water sect had suffered a heavy blow. The current Black Water sect did not even have a single saint. There were only 3 sage to be saints, and the rest of the disciples were mostly immortals. Some of the disciples were not even immortals. Of course, all the sage-to-be experts of the forces in the eastern barren city had died in the battle in Giant Wolf City. It was already good enough for these forces to have 1 or 2 sage-to-be overseeing it. Actually, in the current eastern wasteland city, Not only was there internal strife within the Black Water sect, even the other powers were filled with open and secret strife. With Gu Fei's help, the Black Water sect's internal strife was quickly pacified. Gu Fei was invited into the Black Water Palace by Song Ming. At this moment, Gu Fei was the most distinguished guest of the Black Water sect. Without any surprises, Song Ming was elected as the Black Water sect's sect master by the disciples of the Black Water sect. Gu Fei was happy to spend a few peaceful days in the Black Water sect, fishing, admiring the flowers, and occasionally giving Song Feier pointers in her cultivation. To be able to receive guidance from Gu Fei, Song Feier must have accumulated a lifetime's worth of good fortune. After all, even his own personal disciples rarely had the chance to receive guidance from him. Song Feier's cultivation had skyrocketed over the past few days. Gu Fei's cultivation had yet to recover, but he still had a lot of good stuff on him. He directly threw these things to Song Feier that he didn't think much of, but were treasured like pearls and pearls to others. Among these things, there were some healing or cultivation-enhancing pills. Gu Fei wasn't interested in these things, but he didn't know that these pills were supreme immortal pills and divine medicines in Song Feier's eyes. At this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the Black Water sect's cultivation ground. Then, a heaven-devouring power surged out. In the next moment, boundless spiritual energy of the world frantically gathered towards the cultivation ground. Rays of spiritual light visible to the naked eye rushed over from all directions. Who would have thought? Gu Fei, who was fishing by the lake, muttered to himself. He didn't expect Song Feier's cultivation to break through at this moment. Today, I'm the immortal emperor. A voice rang out. Then, a figure rushed out of the Black Water sect's cultivation ground. It was a purple-clothed fairy shrouded in immortal light. You're still far from it. Gu Fei shook his head and continued fishing. He didn't even look at Song Feier. There weren't many things in this world that could move him. Song Feier's ascension to immortal shook the entire city. Even the heavens sent down a heavenly tribulation, scaring all the living beings in the city. During the few days that Gu Fei disappeared, Ao who was running around in circles. One must know that only Gu Fei could deter the countless cultivators in Eastern Barren City from acting rashly. Once Gu Fei left, Ao who would be beaten back to his original state. My ancestor, where did you go? In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Ao who was extremely anxious. At this moment, no one knew that Gu Fei had disappeared. Once the news spread, Ao whose position as the city lord of Eastern Barren City would come to an end. Qi Clan's Qi Ao is here to pay a visit to Taoist Gu and Taoist Ao. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the city lord's mansion. What? Ao who was so anxious that he was about to stomp his feet, was taken aback. The Qi clan has sent someone over so quickly? If Gu Fei were here, Ao who wouldn't be afraid of the Qi clan at all. But the problem was that Gu Fei wasn't in the city lord's mansion right now. This made Ao who extremely anxious and fearful. The Qi clan was a great clan in the eastern region, and they had a king of supreme beings as their backing. A force like this wasn't something that anyone could ignore. It was said that a few days ago, someone had beaten a disciple of the Qi clan to death. However, Ao who didn't know that the person who had killed Qi Tiancheng was none other than Gu Fei. The powerful beings of the Qi clan weren't here for Ao who. However, this was Ao who and Gu Fei's territory after all. Moreover, their cultivation bases and battle prowess were extremely strong. Especially Gu Fei. He had killed a holy venerate with a single punch, shocking the entire eastern wilderness. The people of the Qi clan naturally knew about the various stories between Gu Fei and Ao Hu. Even if the Qi clan wanted to deal with the Black Water sect, they had to pay a visit to Gu Fei and Ao Hu first. Fellow Taoist of the Qi clan, please enter. Ao Hu's figure flashed and he sat on the throne in the center of the hall. Very quickly, a middle-aged cultivator walked in from outside the hall. This person's gait was majestic and dignified, and there was a faint halo of immortal light behind his head. A quasi-sage? Ao who couldn't help but be shocked. This person actually had the aura of a sage. This was an immortal quasi-sage. Ao who had followed Gu Fei for a long time, and his horizons had broadened. He was no longer a hothead who didn't do anything. An immortal spirit? When this quasi-sage from the Chi clan saw Ao who sitting on the throne, he was stunned. He didn't dare to believe that a mere immortal spirit could force countless cultivators in Eastern Wilderness City to bow their heads. One must know that it wasn't easy to be the city lord of Eastern Wilderness City. If one couldn't suppress the cultivators in the city, they wouldn't submit to this so-called city lord. In the cultivation world, strength was the unchanging truth. As a city lord, he should have the ability to suppress a city. If not, he could only be suppressed by others. Not only would he lose his position as city lord, but his life would also be in danger. Those unruly cultivators only recognize strength and not the city lord. Ao whose cultivation is higher than yours, and his combat strength is stronger than yours. Why should I be restrained by you? I wonder why fellow Taoist has come here? Ao who asked with a faint smile after Chi Ao sat down. Hee, I heard that Eastern Wilderness City has a new city lord. I specially came to see who was so awesome to actually kill Huang Tian and become the new city lord. Chi Ao said coldly. He was a quasi-sage while this guy was merely an immortal spirit. The fact that he could talk to this guy was already a blessing that he had cultivated for several lifetimes. Ao who also saw the disdain in Chi Ao's eyes. If Gu Fei was here, he would have slapped this guy to death a long time ago. The problem was that Gu Fei wasn't here. Ao who could only deal with this carefully. This was truly frustrating. Since you've seen me, then you should go back to where you came from. Ao who said coldly. You. When Chi Ao heard this, he was instantly infuriated. If this was any other time, he would have killed any immortal spirit that dared to act so presumptuously in front of him. However, Chi Ao also had his reservations. One must know that before he came, he had done his homework. Gu Fei and Ao who were people with great backgrounds. Even Huang Tian, a holy sage, died in their hands. Chi Ao really didn't dare to offend Ao who. You what? Scram. Do you want me to invite you personally? When Ao who said the word invite, he purposely emphasized it. This guy pretended to be arrogant, but in reality, he was very weak. If this guy really attacked him, he would definitely be dead. This was a quasi-sage, while he was just an immortal spirit. Ao who definitely didn't dare to offend anyone that had anything to do with the word sage. Unless Gu Fei was beside him, he would just admit defeat and run away. However, admitting defeat and running away wasn't Ao whose style. Chi Ao sneered, stood up, and left with a flick of his sleeves. After Chi Ao left, Ao who wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead with lingering fear. Luckily, he managed to scare this guy. Ao who heaved a sigh of relief. Blackwater sect. Chi Ao left the city lord's residence and headed in the direction of the Blackwater sect. Chi Tiansheng was dead in the Blackwater sect. This was no small matter. Chi Tiansheng was the descendant of a big shot in the Chi clan. Although they were separated by a few generations, Chi Ao had no choice but to make this trip. That hedonistic son of a rich family has been causing trouble everywhere. This time, he finally lost his life. Chi Ao sighed and said indifferently. Soon, he arrived at the Blackwater sect. Boom! With a loud bang, Chi Ao smashed through the door and strode in. At this time, Gu Fei was squatting by the pond. Seeing that a fish was about to bite the hook, he was startled by the loud bang and the fish slipped away. Preposterous! Gu Fei threw away his fishing rod and stood up abruptly. He looked in the direction of the gate and happened to see an extremely arrogant guy swaggering in from the outside. Blackwater sect, come out and accept your death. That person's arrogance soared to the sky, and he directly roared, Io, where did this lunatic come from? Gu Fei looked at the arrogant guy with a baffled expression. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3946. Chi Ao was overbearing and domineering. He smashed the door of the Blackwater sect with a punch and walked in with his hands behind his back. Blackwater sect, come out and die. Chi Ao swept his gaze around coldly and roared. Where did this lunatic come from? Gu Fei was fishing by the pond and was scared away by this guy. The fish that was about to take the bait was scared away. Who is so bold to barge into my Blackwater sect? An angry roar came from the hall in the middle of the Blackwater sect. In the next moment, a figure rushed out of the hall, and a powerful aura exploded from this figure. The violent aura swept out, and a strong wind blew in the entire Black Water sect. The person landed in front of Chiao. This person was the newly appointed leader of the Black Water sect, Song Ming. At this time, Song Ming had fully recovered from his injuries. Not only did Song Ming's cultivation recover, but his cultivation had also increased to the pinnacle of sage to be. A powerful sage aura exploded from his body. Even Chiao, who was opposite him, could not help but be shocked. What's going on? Chiao was shocked. Wasn't Song Ming only at the intermediate level of sage to be? When did he break through to the pinnacle of sage to be? How is this possible? But so what? Since Chiao dared to attack in Eastern Barren City, he had the confidence to not fear anyone in Eastern Barren City. One should know that Chiao was from the Qi clan, which was one of the 12 major forces in Eastern Barren City with a king of supreme martial artists. They were extremely powerful. In Eastern Barren City, Chiao did not need to fear anyone. However, since Gu Fei could kill a holy master with one punch, it was better not to provoke him. But the Black Water sect must be destroyed. Qi Tianqing died in the Black Water sect. This matter had to be explained to that big shot in the Qi clan, and the best explanation was to destroy the Black Water sect. Song Ming died. Chiao could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Song Ming. A huge hand the size of a small mountain appeared in the void and covered Song Ming in an instant. A powerful wave of energy spread out, and the void shook. You think you can kill me? Song Ming smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, he punched out. His fist collided with the big hand in an instant, causing a loud noise. The next moment, the big hand that was grabbing at him was directly blown apart. The speed and power of Song Ming's fist did not change. It was like a huge mountain as it blasted towards Chiao. Chiao stared at Song Ming's fist and suddenly grinned. He patted a gourd on his waist, and a sharp sword light immediately rushed out from the gourd. It turned into a dazzling sword light and rushed forward. With a flash of sword light, Song Ming's fist was split into two halves. With just one sword strike, Song Ming's right arm was crippled. The sword light made a turn in the void and attacked Song Ming from behind. My life is over. Song Ming's shock was no small matter. He had never imagined that Chiao would have such a trick up his sleeves. He had actually brought the Qi clan's supreme treasure, the immemorial gourd, with him. The immemorial gourd was a genuine sage weapon. This sage weapon could release the immemorial sword light. It could kill immortals and gods. Even if it was against a peak sage, it might be able to kill him. Song Ming was only a sage to be. If he was hit again, then his body and soul would be destroyed. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Black Water sect were alarmed. Someone had actually attacked the Jin clan. This was something that had never happened in the last few hundred years. Clang! At the instant that the ray of light descended and was about to kill Song Ming on the spot, a hand suddenly stretched over from the side, and then it flicked the ray of light with a finger. It actually bounced off the extremely sharp sword light. The sword light flew in the air, and in the next moment, it exploded. Countless fragments of the divine sword shot out in all directions. Breaking a celestial sword with a finger? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. It was just a flick of a finger, but Chihu's killer move was actually broken. Moreover, he smashed his fist against Chiao's chest. In the next moment, Chiao's chest caved in. A bone-chilling sound of bones breaking resounded from Chiao's body. Chiao was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away from Eastern Wasteland City. He smashed into a huge mountain, causing the entire mountain to explode and dust to rise high into the sky. Weren't you very arrogant just now? I thought you were an expert from somewhere. So you're just a piece of trash. Gu Fei shook his head in disdain. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Chiao was a sage to be, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist. Song Ming hurriedly thanked Gu Fei. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have been killed by Chiao a long time ago. It's nothing. Gu Fei waved his hand and returned to the side of the pond. He took out his fishing equipment and started fishing again. He paid no further attention to anything else. It might be a small matter to Gu Fei, but it was a huge matter to Song Ming. With Gu Fei there, Song Ming wasn't afraid of the Qi clan at all. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded Song Ming's expectations. Moreover, he already knew who Gu Fei was. Even the brilliant Sky Saint and the other saints of Eastern Wilderness City had died at the hands of Gu Fei. Unless the Qi clan's founding ancestor descended personally, otherwise, who could be a match for Gu Fei? At this moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Qi clan, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from one of the pavilions that were used to consecrate life tablets. Among the countless life tokens in the pavilion, there was one that had already been broken, and the name written on it was Chiao. The news of Chiao's death instantly spread, and everyone was extremely shocked. Wouldn't a quasi-saint be able to sweep through the entire eastern wilderness? However, the quasi-saint sent by the Qi clan had actually perished. This was quite a huge blow to the elders of the Qi clan. After all, that was a quasi-saint. The amount of effort required to nurture a quasi-saint was truly unimaginable. Send more people. The leader of the Qi clan gave the order. It didn't take long for a saint to leave the ancestral grounds of the Qi clan. Meanwhile, Eastern Wilderness City was bustling with noise and excitement. The various powers within the city couldn't sit still any longer, and they actually started fighting each other. The entire city had instantly fallen into chaos. Earlier, Gu Fei had been there to deter all the experts in the city. But now, Gu Fei had vanished, so the powers within Eastern Wilderness City had emerged. Some forces were like the Blackwater sect, having internal strife, while others were fighting against each other, having a great time fighting each other. As for Gu Fei, he didn't care about what was happening outside. He was still sitting on a rock by the side of the pond, fishing. The bucket beside him was empty, as if he hadn't even caught a single fish yet. Damn it! Ao, who was fuming within the governor's residence of Eastern Wilderness City, and the guards around him were trembling in fear. These guys are trying to show me who's boss, causing trouble in Eastern Wilderness City without a care in the world. They have no regard for me at all. However, these people didn't attack the governor's residence. The experts in Eastern Wilderness City weren't stupid. If they provoked Gu Fei, they would have to bear the consequences. However, the powers within the city weren't afraid of Ao Hu. At the end of the day, Ao Hu was just an immortal god. What could an immortal god do? An immortal god suppressing an entire city? This was like a joke to them. In the entire Eastern Wilderness City, there were many people stronger than Ao Hu. As for Ao Hu, in the eyes of the cultivators of Eastern Wilderness City, he was just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Without Gu Fei, he couldn't do anything. Eastern Wilderness City was in complete chaos. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3947. Ao Hu's cultivation was too low to keep the situation under control. The entire Eastern Barren City gradually fell into chaos. Gu Fei and Ao Hu were too ruthless in the battle at Giant Wolf City. They killed all the experts above the Saint Realm in Eastern Barren City. As a result, Eastern Barren City became a city without a Saint Realm expert to oversee it. The deaths of a large number of saints in Eastern Barren City threw almost all the forces in the city into chaos. The Black Water sect, in particular, had endless infighting. In the end, Song Ming won and became the sect master. Only then did the infighting come to an end. As for the other forces, such as the Qi clan, Tiger clan, and Tung clan, they fell into chaos after the deaths of their clan masters and saints. It was impossible for Eastern Barren City not to fall into chaos. Ao Hu couldn't be bothered with them. The more trouble they caused, the better it was for him. Just as Ao Hu was watching from the sidelines, a ray of saintly light descended from the sky and landed right outside the gates of the Blackwater sect. The light dissipated, revealing 3 figures. The one in the lead was clad in white robes, shrouded in saintly aura. 3 strands of long beard swayed in front of his chest, making him look like an immortal. 2 boys with rosy lips and white teeth stood beside the saint. These 2 boys exuded a powerful immortal Tao aura. They were actually immortal emperors of the immortal Tao. The arrival of a saint immediately alarmed Song Ming and the others in the Blackwater sect. Song Ming was already a quasi-saint, so he knew when the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Blackwater sect. The saint walked directly towards the door. When he was about 3 meters away from the door, the tightly shut door in front of him suddenly flew up without any warning and smashed inwards. The disciples of the Blackwater sect were shocked. Not long ago, someone broke the gates and forced their way in. Now, someone broke the gates and swaggered into the Blackwater sect. Halt! Someone from within the Blackwater sect shouted loudly, and then 2 disciples of the Blackwater sect leaped out and stopped that saint and the 2 Taoist children. How dare you? A Taoist boy stepped forward and took out a silver whip. With a wave of his hand, the silver whip in his hand turned into a silver light and entangled the 2 Blackwater sect disciples. What? The 2 Blackwater sect disciples were greatly alarmed. Before they could even finish their thoughts, they saw the Taoist child's right hand whip out, and the 2 Blackwater sect disciples who were entangled by the silver whips were directly cut in half. The 2 Blackwater sect disciples were instantly chopped in half at the waist. Hearing the commotion, the Blackwater sect disciples rushed out and saw this scene. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even the elders of the Blackwater sect paled. The aura of the divine Tao, this is bad. A sage-to-be elder said such a thing. A sage-to-be had actually descended. Could it be that the Blackwater sect really couldn't survive this tribulation? The moment Qi Tianqing perished outside the gate of the Blackwater sect, the elders of the Blackwater sect knew that they were in trouble. The Qi clan was one of the 12 great clans of the eastern territory of the primogeniture world. The ancestor of the Qi clan was a king exalted, and he was an overlord of an entire territory. Even though the Blackwater clan had a king exalted as well, the Blackwater clan couldn't offend those powers for the sake of the Blackwater sect. Get your sect master out here. Meanwhile, another boy stepped forward and spoke loudly to the disciples of the Blackwater sect. However, the middle-aged saint just stood there with his hands behind his back and looked elsewhere. He didn't take the disciples of the Blackwater sect seriously at all. I didn't know you were coming. I apologize for not going out to meet you. Please forgive me. Song Ming charged out as if his butt was on fire, and he didn't even dare raise his head while trembling in fear. The saint suddenly stretched out his right hand, and Song Ming's body flew towards him involuntarily. The saint grabbed Song Ming's head. In the next moment, the saint used a soul-searching technique to read the memories of Song Ming's primordial spirit. Song Ming was shocked and furious. However, a quasi-sage like him was as weak as an ant in front of a true saint. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. What a bummer! At this moment, a displeased voice rang out from the side. The 2 boys next to the saint looked in the direction of the sound and saw a person fishing by the side of a pond not far to the left. At this moment, the guy who was fishing stood up and threw away the fishing rod in his hand, glaring at the saint and the 2 children in displeasure. Were you the one who spoke just now? The boy with the silver whip shook his whip and stared at the person as he spoke coldly. The person was none other than Gu Fei. In Gu Fei's opinion, fishing was a good way to cultivate one's mental state. However, he wouldn't be happy if he was disturbed. At this time, Gu Fei was already very unhappy. So what if I was the one who spoke? Gu Fei glanced coldly at the 3 of them and said, when he saw the saint grabbing Song Ming's head and reading his memories forcefully, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. His cultivation base was gradually recovering, but it wasn't fully recovered yet. It would be difficult for him to save Song Ming. Then go to hell. The boy laughed coldly and waved his right hand. A silver ray of light immediately shot towards Gu Fei. Trying to kill me? Gu Fei's eyes turned cold immediately. The silver ray of light wrapped around him in an instant. He reached out and grabbed the silver ray of light. With a gentle tug, the long silver whip flew out of the boy's hand. Let go of Song Ming. Gu Fei looked coldly at the saint and said, Why should I let him go? The saint replied indifferently, If you let go, I'll spare your life. If you don't, I'll wipe out your entire sect. Gu Fei looked at the saint and said, Wipe out my entire sect? How arrogant. Why don't you come and see? The saint's body shook, and an even more powerful aura of the divine path erupted from his body. Then, The saint exerted force and Song Ming's head exploded. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Father, Song Feier, who had just rushed over, saw this scene. She was overwhelmed with grief and almost fainted. Gu Fei didn't expect the saint to be so decisive. It was too late to save Song Ming, and he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Qi Clan. Gu Fei looked at the saint expressionlessly, as if he was looking at a dead man. You're just a mortal, and yet you want to wipe out our entire sect? What a joke. The other boy said disdainfully. An ant. Mingyu, go kill him, the saint said casually. At this moment, he already knew the cause and effect of the matter. Qi Tianxing had actually died in the hands of this seemingly ordinary fellow. Not only Qi Tianxing, but even Qi Ao had died at his hands. However, to the saint, this guy was just a little stronger physically. He was just like an ant. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3948. The Qi clan's saint had descended upon the Black Water sect and killed Song Ming, who had just ascended to the position of sect leader. Song Feier was devastated. Her mother had died a long time ago, and she and her father depended on each other. Now that her father had died in front of her, she could not accept it and almost fainted. Big brother, please seek justice for me. Song Feier came before Gu Fei and staggered. She was about to fall. Gu Fei quickly reached out to support Song Feier. I said, let Song Ming go and I'll spare your life. If you don't, I'll wipe out your entire sect. Gu Fei said indifferently to the Qi clan saint. Hee, ignorant child. How dare you speak so arrogantly? I'll send you on your way now. The Dao child named Mingyu sneered as he took a step forward. He took out an item and threw it at Gu Fei. A ray of black light rushed out from Daoist child Mingyu's hand and turned into a black dragon. It pounced at Gu Fei ferociously. Sigh. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. He pushed Song Feier to the side and charged forward, completely ignoring the dragon that was pouncing at him. Courting death. Does this fellow think he's the Black Dragon Supreme King? He dares to use his physical body to block a Dao item. The other child, Qingfeng, sneered. In the eastern region of the primogenitor realm, there was a Black Dragon Supreme King. He was extremely powerful, especially with his physical body. He could be said to be the strongest among the Black Dragon Supreme Kings. The Dao item that Mingyu took out was a Saint-grade Dao item called the Black Dragon Sword. It was a short sword that transformed into a dragon. The sword chi was so cold that the surrounding temperature dropped. However, Gu Fei did not fear it at all and charged forward. Boom! After a loud noise, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. They saw Gu Fei directly colliding with the Black Dragon and causing it to dissipate in the void. At the same time, the Black Flood Dragon dagger also shattered. How is this possible? Daoist child Qingfeng and the others who mocked Gu Fei were already frightened by this scene. Gu Fei didn't care about these guys at all. They were all ant-like existences. Kill. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. His attack was extremely simple. It was just a punch, but its speed and power were shocking. What was even more shocking was that the saint was also retreating. However, Gu Fei was like a shadow, closing in on him in an instant. Impossible. The saint was extremely shocked. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yun's fist smashed against his body. After that, the sound of bones breaking resounded from his body. The saint of the Qi clan was blasted flying, and a bang resounded while he was still in midair as he transformed into a mist of blood. His body and soul were obliterated. Master. The two children were dumbfounded. Even a sage was not a match for Gu Fei. The two children were scared out of their wits. I'm a man of my word. I'll wipe out your entire clan. Gu Fei said calmly. At this point, no one doubted Gu Fei's words anymore. This was killing a sage with a single punch. Run. The two children soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, a silver ray of light shot out from Gu Fei's hand and wrapped around the two children who were trying to escape. Then, Gu Fei pulled hard. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the two children were cut in half at the waist and fell from the sky. This All the cultivators in the city were extremely shocked when they witnessed this scene. It didn't take long for them to find out that Gu Fei had killed a saint from the Qi clan. This guy is too arrogant. He offended the Qi clan. It's only a matter of time before he dies in the hands of the Qi clan. What a pity for a genius. The most discussed topic in the city was that Gu Fei had killed a descendant of the Qi clan and caused a huge disaster. However, Gu Fei was fishing in the black water sect again. On this day, Gu Fei leaped into the sky and turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the starry sky. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei was shocked. Boom! Deep in the starry sky, a huge planet exploded and countless lives were lost. A figure stood in the sky. He opened his mouth and inhaled. An endless amount of life essence was swallowed by him. Gu Fei, who had just arrived, did not dare to be slow when he saw this. Little fellow, die. The expert suddenly turned around and opened his mouth. A river of stars immediately appeared between the heavens and the earth, colliding with Gu Fei. The terrifying power of the stars suddenly burst out. Humph! Gu Fei smirked and threw a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces collided in an instant. The resulting explosion formed a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. The two figures instantly separated. Qi clan? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed as he stared at that person. He hadn't even used 10% of his strength. Otherwise, that punch would have taken that fellow's life. With Gu Fei's current physical body strength, he was invincible in the primogenitor realm. And now, his cultivation base was about to return. Kill. The Qi clan expert on the other side roared in anger, his right hand reaching out to grab Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not care what the other party was using or what kind of mystic arts he was using. He just wanted to smash his way through. Everything in Gu Fei's path was shattered into pieces. Even the void was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks. Without any suspense, that expert from the Qi clan was directly smashed into smithereens by Gu Fei. He died just like that. After Gu Fei killed the saint from the Qi clan, he rushed into the depths of the starry sky. There was a huge planet there, and a strong life aura spread from it. It was a huge planet full of life. Just as Gu Fei approached the planet, another saint appeared and blocked Gu Fei. This was the base camp of the Qi clan, the ancestral land of the Qi clan. Who goes there? The saint roared. Swoosh! Gu Fei rushed past and continued to rush towards the planet. When Gu Fei was 1,000 miles away, the saint who blocked Gu Fei fell. Gu Fei's speed was extremely fast, but he still alarmed the elite from the Qi clan on the planet. Just as he was about to rush into the planet, a ball of divine light exploded and enveloped the entire planet. Gu Fei saw this scene and could not help but be moved. It was rare to see someone set up such a terrifying killing formation. Boom! Gu Fei punched the layer of divine light, and a violent force exploded, causing the divine light to tremble. Countless Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the divine light. At this time, on the ancestral planet of the Qi clan, all the members of the Qi clan were shocked. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3949. The Qi clan saint had killed Song Ming, the new sect master of the Black Water sect of Eastern Barren City. This had thoroughly enraged Gu Fei, and at this time, Gu Fei's cultivation had also gradually recovered. With this, the Qi clan was out of luck. Gu Fei directly shot up into the sky and killed his way into the depths of the starry sky. He found the Qi clan's ancestral star and shook the entire ancestral star with a single punch. This caused countless people of the Qi clan to be extremely terrified. A massive protective array enveloped the entire Qi clan's ancestral star. Countless Tao patterns wove together, forming ancient Tao diagrams. Each Tao diagram contained an endless amount of astral energy. In this endless starry sky, the ancestral star of the Qi clan had set up a super grand array that could draw upon the power of the stars in the entire starry sky. Even if a supreme attacked, it would be impossible to shake the grand array of the ancestral star of the Qi clan. However, a casual punch from Gu Fei had shaken the entire ancestral star of the Qi clan. The entire Qi clan's ancestral star trembled under the protection of the Grand Defensive Formation. It was as if a terrible earthquake had struck the entire planet. Apart from the thousands of places protected by the Grand Defensive Formation, the entire Qi clan's ancestral star seemed to have been plowed through, and countless Qi clan members had fallen. This was the result of Gu Fei's anger. Ever since he began his cultivation, he had never been so angry. This time, the Qi clan had really touched his reverse scale. If he did not destroy the ancestral star of the Qi clan, it would be difficult to appease his anger. Roar! At this time, on the ancestral star of the Qi clan, in the ancestral ground of the Qi clan, a terrifying sound wave directly penetrated through the layers of grand arrays and spread throughout the entire starry sky. What's wrong with Ancestor Qi? Is he going crazy again? In the next moment, countless divine wills swept over from all directions. However, in the next moment, all of the divine wills were terrified and instantly retreated. Only a few extremely powerful divine wills did not retreat. Haha, old monster Qi, to think that this day would come for you. Hee hee, to think that someone would come to your door. Old monster Qi, you are such a failure. The three powerful divine wills mocked the ancestor Qi of the Qi clan. Countless people on the ancestral star of the Qi clan were shocked and angry. Someone actually dared to be so rude to the ancestor Qi? You three old monsters, get lost. A furious roar came from the Qi clan's ancestral star. The entire Qi clan's ancestral star had just calmed down when it was shaken by the sound wave again. Ha ha! The three supreme existences roared with laughter. All three of them were king supreme beings. Their cultivation was almost on par with Qi. Hence, they were not afraid of Qi at all. All of you, get lost. Otherwise, I'll go to your place next time. Gu Fei said coldly. He didn't have a divine sense, but he could sense that these big shots were communicating with their divine sense. However, his words rang in the ears of the three supreme kings. No matter how far away they were, Gu Fei's voice could be heard. With Gu Fei's recovered cultivation, even if they were separated by a world, his voice could still be heard. The three kings of supreme martial artists who were far away were startled. The three divine senses did not retreat immediately. Instead, they turned into three blurry silhouettes in the distance. They were bewildered. Humph! Gu Fei waved his hand, and an invisible force slashed through the three blurry silhouettes like an invisible blade. The three blurry divine wills immediately dissipated in the void. In the depths of the endless star domain, the three kings of supreme martial artists roared at the same time. A drop of blood seeped out of the three supreme experts' foreheads. Their Yuan spirits had suffered a blow. Who is this guy? He can actually hurt my Yuan spirit. The three kings of supreme martial artists were shocked to the extreme. Even a peak extreme grade supreme martial artist could not hurt their Yuan spirit from such a great distance. A supremacy? That didn't seem possible. The supremacies of the eastern region of the ancestral world were all legendary figures. No one knew how many years it had been since they last appeared. Some supremacies had not shown themselves for hundreds of thousands of years. No one knew if they were still in the eastern region. There were some places in the ancestral world that even supremacies did not dare to set foot in. Even supremacies would die in there. It was definitely a place of great danger. In the ancestral world, there had been precedents of supremacies dying in a place of great danger. Supremacies were a huge mountain that stood above the 12 kings of supreme martial artists. However, if a supremacy did not appear, the 12 kings of supreme martial artists were the rulers of the eastern region. But today, the 12 kings of supreme martial artists' position had been shaken. Boom! At this time, in front of the Qi clan's ancestral star, Gu Fei punched out again. He did not use any divine abilities or great techniques, but this seemingly ordinary punch shook the entire Qi clan's ancestral star once again. Countless Dao patterns dissipated. The terrifying force caused the entire ancestral star's protective array to collapse. This caused the Qi clan's clansmen to be extremely terrified. The Qi clan's ancestral star trembled once more. Even the places that were enveloped by the grand formation were blasted open in hundreds of places. The people inside were instantly turned into mists of blood, all of them dead in body and soul. "Brat, how dare you!" A furious roar came from the Chi clan's ancestral star. The stars near the Chi clan's ancestral star exploded as if doomsday had arrived. However, the terrifying sound wave was like a spring breeze in front of Gu Fei. It only caused the corner of his clothes to flutter a few times. Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently, "My clan has a great enmity with you?" The Chi clan's ancestor said, "That's right." Gu Fei nodded. "Who the hell are you?" The Chi clan's ancestor had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. He did not know what had happened. Even the current clan leader of the Chi clan would not ask about a small matter like the Blackwater sect. But now, even if he did not ask, it was impossible. At this time, the big shots of the Chi clan were already scared witless. No one would have thought that a true dragon was hiding in a small black water city in the eastern wilderness. No, an existence that was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than a true dragon. Gu Fei looked at the Chi clan's ancestral star indifferently. "What? Gu Fei?" The Chi clan's ancestor was shocked. The invincible supremacy of the southern region, Gu Fei? The Chi clan's ancestor was truly frightened this time. When Gu Fei had fought the southern region supremacy, the supremacy's aura had shaken the Chi clan's ancestor. However, the Chi clan's ancestor had not come out of seclusion. Only a divine consciousness had traversed the boundaries and descended upon the southern region. He naturally knew who Gu Fei was. However, this person was not the invincible supremacy of the southern region, Gu Fei. This person's aura was completely different from Gu Fei's. "Haha, you're Gu Fei? What a joke." The Chi clan's ancestor laughed. "Believe it or not, I will destroy your Chi clan today." Gu Fei shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look on his face before he charged forward. "You're crazy," Chi Zu shouted. In the next instant, the power of a king supreme being condensed into a gigantic hand that was even bigger than a star appeared in front of Gu Fei, slapping towards Gu Fei. Rumble. Everywhere the hand passed, the stars would explode and turn into the power of the stars, which would be devoured by the hand. The power of the hand kept increasing. "You overestimate yourself." Gu Fei directly charged forward, completely ignoring the terrifying and monstrous hand that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Boom! Gu Fei instantly collided with the giant hand. In the next instant, he actually charged past it, directly smashing through the giant hand, and continued on his way to the Chi clan's ancestral star. The giant hand condensed from the endless power of the stars dissipated in the starry sky. How is this possible? Ancestor Chi found it hard to believe. This guy's physical body was too strong. He could actually use his physical body to resist my attack? Boom. Under the fearful gaze of countless Chi clan members, Gu Fei slammed into the protective array of the Chi clan's ancestral star. In the next instant, the entire protective array shook. "Haha, you want to break my array? Dream on." Ancestor Chi laughed maniacally. As long as Gu Fei could not break the protective array, the Chi clan would be safe. However, if this guy could break the protective array, he still had a trump card that he had yet to use. At this moment, Ancestor Chi made his move. Countless array patterns lit up in the void. This was a secret array that had never been used before. But this time, the Chi clan was on the brink of life and death. Ancestor Chi had no choice but to use his trump card. In the next instant, the power of all the stars within a radius of billions of miles gathered towards the Chi clan's ancestral star. Starlight, visible to the naked eye, rushed in from all directions and entered the protective array of the Chi clan's ancestral star. Buzz. The void shook, and countless Tao patterns that had previously collapsed were formed once again. The super protective array's power was fully activated, and it was even stronger than before. Roar. Gu Fei roared in anger, but he continued moving forward. The layer of divine light in front of him crumbled inwards like a rubber ball. What? Seeing this scene, all the important figures of the Chi clan could no longer sit still. At this moment, those who knew the inside story were filled with regret. They should not have provoked this madman. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to get serious. This protective array gathered the power of the stars from all directions. This power was too strong. Even with his eternal body, he would not be able to break this array in a short time. This array of the Qi clan's ancestral star was something that even a supreme existence at the supremacy level would not be able to shake. Only a monster like Gu Fei would be able to shake this super large formation. Gu Fei continued moving forward. He did not stop. Countless array patterns intertwined in front of him, and the endless power of the stars could not stop him. Damn! 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 Ancestor Qi roared in anger. Balls of extreme Tao divine light rushed out from where he was and strengthened the array. He was using his own cultivation to activate the array. Boom! Then, with a loud explosion, Ancestor Qi's secluded cultivation ground exploded. A figure soared into the sky, and a powerful and violent energy rippled out from that figure. Ancestor Qi could no longer sit still and personally came out of seclusion. However, at the same time, Gu Fei directly exerted his strength. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Guardian formation shook violently a few times before collapsing. Countless runes vanished in the void. The Qi clan's ancestral star's protective array was finally broken. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 3950. The fact that Gu Fei had single-handedly destroyed the Qi clan's ancestral star's grand defensive array and even destroyed it left the Qi clan's experts dumbfounded. Throughout the years, the Qi clan's ancestral star's grand defensive array had never been broken by anyone. One had to know that this was a grand defensive array that enveloped the entire star field. It could draw the power of all the stars within a radius of billions of miles for its own use. Moreover, this time, Qi Zu was directly in charge of the star field grand defensive array and exerted his full strength, displaying the star field grand defensive array's power to the extreme. Even so, Qi Zu still couldn't stop Gu Fei's advance. Boom! With a loud bang, a dazzling ball of eternal light suddenly erupted above the star field grand array. The ball of eternal light quickly spread out. Rumble! Wherever the eternal light passed, the ancient formation runes that had existed for countless years were directly annihilated by the eternal light. The star field grand defensive array was collapsing. It was as terrifying as the heavens and earth collapsing. The moment the formation runes collapsed, they tore through the void. Although the formation runes had disappeared, what was left behind was a void that was riddled with holes. Qi Zu was stunned when he saw the scene in the sky. He saw a person directly breaking through the blockade of billions of formation runes and pouncing towards him. Countless formation runes were like ancestral dragons condensed from lightning, entangling Gu Fei. However, as soon as these formation runes came into contact with Gu Fei, they instantly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. The power of eternity could break through all kinds of divine abilities. This was the power and terror of eternity. Kill! Qi Zu waved his right hand, and a ray of divine light immediately rushed out from his hand towards Gu Fei, who was pouncing towards him. It was a sword light that contained a supreme Tao artifact. As soon as the sword appeared, the power of all the stars in the world frantically gathered towards the sword light. A single sword attracted the power of billions of stars. This was how powerful a king of supreme godhead was. Every single move they made contained great power. Ancestor Qi was the supreme ruler of this star region. Under his ancestral star sword, billions of stars trembled as if they were about to fall from the sky at any moment. Without saying a word, Gu Fei threw a punch at the sword light that was coming at him. It was just an ordinary punch without any divine sense or great technique. However, when Gu Fei's fist collided with the sharp sword light, the sword light shattered. A divine sword appeared in the void and was sent flying. Then, it shattered in the void. What? When Qi Zu saw this, he was shocked. His natal artifact was broken, and he suffered a huge impact. His body swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. Bam! Gu Fei's miraculous punch directly smashed into Qi Zu's face, causing Qi Zu's entire face to collapse. Like a meteorite, Qi Zu fell from the sky towards the Qi clan's ancestral star below. Boom! With a loud sound, Chi Zu smashed into the ancestral star below, creating a bottomless hole in the ground. All the Chi clan's disciples were stunned when they saw this. Their invincible primogenitor was actually blasted down from the sky. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He curled up into a ball and directly crashed into the Chi clan's ancestral star below. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire Chi clan's ancestral star shook violently. Huge cracks appeared on the Chi clan's ancestral star. How is this possible? On the Chi clan's ancestral star, the Chi clan's higher-ups were all stunned. At this moment, Ancestor Chi, who had been blasted into the Chi clan's ancestral star by Gu Fei, rushed out. No! Ancestor Chi roared. Then, the entire Chi clan's ancestral star exploded and turned into a huge cloud of dust. Almost all the Chi clan's clansmen on the ancestral star were annihilated in body and soul the moment the ancestral star exploded. However, there was still a sacred mountain that rushed out from the ancestral star. At the peak of the sacred mountain, there was an ancient palace. At this time, inside the ancient palace, the Chi clan's clan leader and a group of clan elders worked together to activate an extreme downgrade defensive array to protect the sacred mountain. A fish that escaped the net? Gu Fei was like a god of death. He directly broke through the layers of dust and punched at the sacred mountain. Damn it! Ancestor Chi immediately attacked with all his strength. A giant hand sealed the void of heaven and earth, enveloping the entire star region. The giant hand pressed down, causing countless stars to explode. It was as terrifying as if he could destroy the entire world with a single hand. Ancestor Chi was one of the primogenitor world's eastern region's 12 kings of supremes. Although he wasn't a supremacy, a king of supremes was a supreme existence at the peak of the extreme downgrade. When Ancestor Chi attacked with all his strength, the entire star region shook. Even the territories of the other supreme kings were affected. The entire void of heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a giant millstone that wanted to grind Gu Fei to death. Ant, Gu Fei said as he pointed a finger. Eternal energy rushed out from the tip of his finger, directly breaking the giant hand made of stars. Then, in a flash, it pierced through Ancestor Chi's forehead. What? Seeing this scene, the Chi clan's clan elders' expressions turned extremely solemn. At this time, starting from the wound on Ancestor Chi's forehead, his head, body, and finally his legs, he gradually turned into dust and dissipated into the void, killing Ancestor Chi with a single finger, as if it was nothing. From the moment Ancestor Chi died, the Chi clan was finished. Supreme Supremacy, please let us go. On the sacred mountain, the Chi clan's clan leader and a group of clan elders pleaded. In order to survive, they no longer cared about anything else. Let you go? Humph. Why don't you let the Black Water sect go? Gu Fei sneered, then punched at the sacred mountain. You, the Chi clan's clan leader and the others in the ancient palace were scared out of their wits. They desperately tried to activate the ancient palace's defensive array. However, it was all in vain. Gu Fei's fist directly smashed through the sacred mountain's defensive array, then through the ancient palace's defensive array. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ancient palace at the peak of the sacred mountain exploded. The Chi clan's higher-ups in the ancient palace were all reduced to a mist of blood. In an instant, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Then, the remaining power of Gu Fei's punch erupted. The sacred mountain collapsed, and countless Chi clan disciples on the sacred mountain were killed. No one survived. At this time, Gu Fei's anger finally subsided. Exterminating the Chi clan was a piece of cake for him. At this time, he had only recovered about 30% of his eternal realm cultivation base. On this day, Gu Fei completely changed the power structure of the primogenitor realm's eastern territory. The 12 monarchs of supremacy had become a thing of the past, leaving only 11 monarchs of supremacy. Although the Chi clan had been destroyed, it was only a Starfield's Chi clan. There were still many Chi clan experts in the primogenitor realm's eastern territory. These experts guarded the Chi clan's territory in the primogenitor realm's eastern territory. However, when the Chi clan's primogenitor died in battle and the Starfield's Chi clan's destruction spread, the Chi clan members in the primogenitor realm's eastern territory chose to flee. Even so, Many members of the Qi clan died at the hands of the other major forces. The Qi clan's territory was now a juicy piece of meat. The other forces all wanted a piece of it. When Gu Fei destroyed the Qi clan, he suddenly realized that the 30% of his cultivation base he had just recovered was rapidly disappearing. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but panic. He was currently in the depths of the cosmos. If he got lost here, he wouldn't be able to find his way back and would be lost in the cosmos. Swoosh. At the moment when Gu Fei's cultivation base was about to completely disappear, he displayed an eternal-level divine ability and instantly disappeared into the void. A moment later, a person suddenly appeared in the sky above Eastern Wasteland City in the Primogenitor Realm's eastern territory. Then, this person fell from the sky. What is that? Someone saw Gu Fei falling from the sky. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators in Eastern Wasteland City, Gu Fei smashed into the ground and destroyed a house. Fortunately, there was no one in the house. Otherwise, someone would have been smashed to death. Even so, it was shocking enough. Gu Fei smashed a huge crater in the ground, leaving the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded. Gu Fei, who had lost his cultivation base, walked out of the crater in a sorry state. How unlucky! Gu Fei let out a long sigh and shook his head with a bitter smile. His eternal realm cultivation base came and went. It was really depressing. Of course, even if his cultivation base was gone, he still had the genuine, eternal, indestructible body. Even with that, he could still sweep away all supremes. However, with his cultivation base gone, Gu Fei couldn't fly. He directly walked towards the City Lord's mansion. At this time, in the City Lord's mansion's great hall, Ao Hu was sitting on a throne, looking down at those fellows below. Ao Hu, why haven't you gotten off the throne yet? In the great hall, a black-bearded middle-aged man stared at Ao Hu and said coldly, "That's right. No one can save you now." Another expert from Eastern Wasteland City said disdainfully. At this time, all the experts in the great hall didn't care about Ao Hu, who was sitting on the throne. They could step forward and pull Ao Hu off the throne at any time. The forces of Eastern Wasteland City finally broke into the City Lord's mansion. As for Ao Hu, he could only watch helplessly as these people killed their way into the City Lord's mansion. These guys actually wanted Ao Hu to get lost. Is that so? At this moment, a voice came from outside the great hall. The strong cultivators of Eastern Barren City turned around and looked at the door. They saw a silhouette standing at the entrance of the hall. No one knew when it had happened. Where did this guy come from? Go to hell. The leader of the group in the great hall stepped forward and punched the figure. The violent fist power was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, rushing towards the figure. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3951. Today was Ao Hu's most depressing day. He was the City Lord of Eastern Wasteland City, yet his subordinates had come to bully him. The leader was the Sky Tiger clan, the strongest force in Eastern Wasteland City. The leader was a saint-level battle tiger. In human form, the battle tiger was a middle-aged man with white hair and eyebrows. He had a ferocious-looking appearance and wore battle armor. There shouldn't be any saint-level experts in Eastern Wasteland City, but this battle tiger was a genuine saint-level life form. He was extremely powerful. The battle tiger had only just broken through to the saint level. Even so, Ao Hu couldn't deal with the Sky Tiger Great Lord. The Sky Tiger Great Lord was the clan leader of the Sky Tiger clan. As soon as he emerged from seclusion, he gathered all the major forces in Eastern Wasteland City. Even the Black Water sect had to obey him. Since Song Ming's death, Song Feier's prestige couldn't suppress the uncles in the sect. The current leader of the Black Water sect was Xiang Xian. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Song Feier was weaker than Xiang Xian. It wasn't strange that she couldn't become the leader of the Black Water sect. The Xiang clan was a major clan in Eastern Wasteland City. Xiang Xian was a powerful existence who was about to break through to the saint level. With Song Ming above him, he naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts about the position of leader. But now that Song Ming was dead, only Song Feier was left. Xiang Xian was alone, and his chance had come. Although Xiang Xian had become the leader of the Black Water sect, he was treading on thin ice every day. That was because of one person, a powerful existence who could kill a saint with a single punch. The scene of Gu Fei killing the Qi clan saint with a single punch was deeply imprinted in Xiang Xian's mind. If that person called Gu Fei returned, his position as the leader of the Black Water sect would be unstable. Xiang Xian had thought about killing Song Feier, but he didn't dare to in the end. Gu Fei was decisive. If he angered him, the Xiang clan could face extinction at any time. Since this Sky Tiger sage wants to stand up for me, then it's just as well. I'll let this fellow be my cannon fodder. Later on, when Gu Fei pursues the matter, I won't have anything to fear. At this moment, Xiang Xianjing stood behind the Sky Tiger Lord and looked at Ao Hu, who was on the throne, proudly. How could a mere immortal god be the city lord of Eastern Wasteland City? This in itself was a joke. Humph, even a saint would not be able to sit firmly in the position of city lord. However, just as Xiang Xian was waiting to see Ao Hu make a fool of himself, a person suddenly appeared. This person walked into the hall step by step with his hands behind his back. When everyone saw this person, they were all scared silly. Gu Fei. Some people were so scared that their legs were trembling and they almost knelt down. Who is Gu Fei? Is he stronger than me? Sky Tiger Sage Monarch said disdainfully when he saw everyone trembling in fear. Then, his gaze landed on the black-clothed youth who was walking over with his hands behind his back. After all, this fellow is someone who killed a saint with a single punch. Of course, Xiang Xian did not say this to Sky Tiger Lord. Big brother. Just as Ao Hu was being forced into a corner by these people, Gu Fei finally returned. He stood up excitedly and couldn't help but feel surprised and happy. An ordinary person with no cultivation? Sky Tiger Lord was a little surprised when he saw Gu Fei. He couldn't help but feel surprised. What was going on? So many people were actually afraid of an ordinary person with no cultivation at all? Sky Tiger Lord was not an idiot. There must be a reason for this abnormality. He had just come out of seclusion not long ago, so he naturally did not know that Gu Fei was someone who killed a saint with a single punch. Although he was a little surprised, he never expected Gu Fei to have such a powerful background. Of course, Xiang Xian did not let anyone mention Gu Fei in front of Sky Tiger Lord. What's going on? Gu Fei sat down on a chair and lazily glanced at everyone in the hall. Big brother, it's great that you're back. Ao Hu was overjoyed. These guys actually dared to tell me to scram out of Eastern Wasteland City. Haha, I want to see who's going to scram out of Eastern Wasteland City. A mere mortal dares to appear here? Why aren't you scramming? Said the Sky Tiger Sage coldly as he glanced at Gu Fei. From his point of view, Ao Hu was simply insane. He actually dared to call an ordinary person his brother. What's wrong with these guys? Are they afraid of a mere mortal? Sky Tiger Lord was very unhappy. Hearing Sky Tiger Lord tell Gu Fei to scram, everyone in the hall was shocked. This is Gu Fei. You actually told him to scram? You're telling me to scram? Gu Fei said indifferently. Now that he had lost his cultivation, he was just like a mortal. Sky Tiger Lord could not see through him at all. A mere mortal dares to be impudent in front of me? As Sky Tiger Sage spoke, he casually pointed with his finger, and an incomparably sharp divine light immediately pierced towards Gu Fei. With a flick of Gu Fei's finger, the finger light that pierced through the void shattered into pieces. What? Sky Tiger Lord could not help but be shocked at this scene. How was this possible? There was no fluctuation of divine power. How could he block my attack with his physical body? How was this possible? At this moment, the group of people behind Sky Tiger Lord retreated slowly. Even Xiang Xian was retreating. Sky Tiger Sage Monarch didn't know. Previously, that Qi clan saint looked down on me and was killed with one punch. Now, you're telling me to scram. Should I kill you too? Gu Fei looked at the Sky Tiger Sage and said with a faint smile, What did you say? When Sky Tiger Lord heard this, he was shocked. Although he had just come out of seclusion, he had vaguely heard that a Qi clan saint had been killed with a single punch. However, he had never imagined that the person who had killed so many saints was the mortal before him. A mortal killed a saint with one punch? And a Qi clan saint at that? This was absolutely impossible. No one would believe such nonsense. Swoosh! A divine eye suddenly appeared between Sky Tiger Sage's eyebrows, and this divine eye directly swept towards Gu Fei. This was the Sage Dao mystique that Sky Tiger Lord cultivated, the Sage Dao Heavenly Eye. Under the gaze of this Sage Dao Heavenly Eye, nothing could hide. This Sky Tiger Lord was shocked. The person in front of him was simply immortal. The Sage Dao Heavenly Eye would not lie to him, but how could a mortal block his attack? What is going on? All of this was beyond the knowledge of a newly advanced saint like Sky Tiger Lord. You're in luck today. I happen to need a beast to guard my door. You'll do, Gu Fei said calmly, as if he was talking about something unimportant. You want me to guard your door? The Sky Tiger Great Lord was enraged when he heard this. A powerful saintly aura burst from his body, suppressing everyone in the hall to the point where they could barely breathe. However, Gu Fei was still calm in the face of such a powerful aura. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3952. Gu Fei wanted the Sky Tiger Great Lord to guard his door? Everyone in the Eastern Barren City Lord's office was so shocked that their jaws dropped. This was the Sky Tiger Great Lord, a saint-level being. In the current Eastern Barren City, saint-level beings were invincible. However, when they thought about how terrifying Gu Fei was, the people in the hall felt that this was not something shocking. One had to know that Gu Fei was a ruthless person who killed a saint-level being with one punch. Even Chi Zu's saint-level could not withstand one punch from him, and was killed with one punch. It seemed like it would be a piece of cake for Gu Fei to subdue a saint-level Sky Tiger to guard his door. However, the Sky Tiger Great Lord was enraged. He was enraged like never before. A mere mortal dared to say such things in front of him. He deserved to die. In the next moment, he reached out his hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. A tiger claw appeared in the void and grabbed at Gu Fei in an instant. There were divine patterns of the Great Path intertwining on the tiger claw. Even a saint-level being would have a large piece of flesh torn off if he was caught by the tiger claw. However, Gu Fei casually waved his hand, and the tiger claw of the Sky Tiger Great Lord shattered in the void. The Sky Tiger Great Lord screamed and was sent flying. He crashed into the people behind him and made them cry for their parents. It was a mess. A few unlucky fellows were turned into a mist of blood by the Sky Tiger Great Lord. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Sigh. I can't even take a break. Gu Fei slowly stood up from his seat. Roar. The Sky Tiger Great Lord flipped himself up from the ground. With a shake of his body, a white tiger the size of a small mountain appeared in the hall and roared at the sky. The entire City Lord's office shook from the impact of the sound waves. The white tiger's roar shook the heavens. Everyone in the entire Eastern Barren City was terrified to the extreme. They've really started fighting? Countless cultivators gathered outside the City Lord's office. They were all watching the show. A tiger's roar suddenly came from the City Lord's office. All the cultivators were shocked. This is definitely the Sky Tiger Great Lord. Someone exclaimed. Roar. At this moment, Sky Tiger Sage revealed his true form in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. He roared furiously and directly pounced at Gu Fei. The entire main hall was immediately filled with countless astral winds that resembled heavenly blades. The sudden appearance of the astral wind blew those fellows in the main hall to the left and right. Those with weaker cultivations were even directly blown away by the astral wind. A burst of exclamations came from outside the hall. The white tiger directly opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt his body tighten as a violent devouring force enveloped him, trying to pull him forward. Ao Hu, who was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall, was already involuntarily flying towards the mouth of the white tiger. He was about to be devoured by the white tiger. However, at that moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and grabbed one of Ao Hu's legs, pulling Ao Hu back from the jaws of the tiger. This was definitely snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Gu Fei's legs seemed to have grown from the ground. No matter how hard the white tiger tried to use its supernatural power, he was like an ancient sacred mountain, not moving at all. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched forward. In the next moment, the void in front of his fist actually collapsed. His first move was to break through the void with his physical body. There was no suspense. In the face of absolute power, no matter how powerful one's supernatural power was, it was still not enough. Sky Tiger Sage, who had transformed into a white tiger, was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. He was sent flying out of the main hall. Boom! He smashed into a pavilion outside. All the people in the pavilion were smashed into pieces by this collision. They couldn't be more dead than they already were. Countless cultivators outside the city lord's mansion saw this scene and were all stunned. They originally came to see how Ao who would be chased out of the city lord's mansion. They did not expect to see a white tiger fly out of the city lord's mansion. That is, Sky Tiger Great Lord? Those watching outside were in disbelief. Sky Tiger Great Lord was the strongest existence in East Barren City. Someone actually chased Sky Tiger Great Lord out? What happened? Everyone was extremely curious. Just at that moment, a group of people rushed out of the main hall of the city lord's mansion. They were the leaders of the major forces in Eastern Barren City. These big shots were actually in a sorry state, as if they had been chased out of the door. Plus, these important figures of East Barren City were not angry at all. Then, the countless cultivators outside the city lord's mansion saw a young man in black walking out of the city lord's mansion with his hands behind his back. I knew it was like this, some cultivators exclaimed. Previously, when Gu Fei descended from the sky and walked into the city lord's mansion, countless cultivators outside saw him. However, no one dared to stop him. Oh no! Many cultivators' faces changed drastically. Gu Fei had returned. That terrifying killing god that made people despair had returned. Roar! Who are you? A white tiger rushed out of the ruins and came to the sky opposite of Gu Fei. It stared at Gu Fei and spoke in human language. A terrifying white tiger aura spread out from its body. Me? Your master. Gu Fei stood outside the palace as he raised his head to look at the white tiger in the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to subdue this ferocious tiger, he would have turned this white tiger into dregs with that punch. The power of the eternal, indestructible body wasn't something a sage-level Sky Tiger could handle. Damn it! Sky Tiger Sage Monarch was completely driven mad. This human cultivator was really going too far. He actually wanted to subdue him and make him guard his home? As a sage of the Sky Tiger race, if I was to be someone's guard, I might as well kill myself. Guarding my house is a blessing that you have cultivated for several lifetimes. Gu Fei looked indifferent. In his opinion, this was the fortune of this Sky Tiger. When they heard the conversation between Gu Fei and Sky Tiger Great Lord, everyone was shocked. This Gu Fei actually wanted to capture Sky Tiger Great Lord to be his guard? Go to hell. Sky Tiger Great Lord opened his mouth and spat out countless light blades that slashed at Gu Fei. Every light blade streaked across the sky, causing the void to tremble. Gu Fei smiled and continued to stand with his hands behind his back, allowing the light blades to slash at his body. At the next moment, the light blades that slashed at Gu Fei's body shattered. The shattered light enveloped Gu Fei and formed a light barrier. All the cultivators who saw this were shocked. This guy actually used his physical body to resist a sage's attack. Chapter 39:53. Whether it was in the human realm, the ancestral realm, or any other world, power was the deciding factor. As long as one was powerful enough, they could defeat everything. Although Gu Fei's cultivation was unstable, his eternal, indestructible body was the real deal. Of course, there was nothing special about his eternal, indestructible body. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just a mortal without any cultivation. However, no cultivator in Eastern Barren City would see Gu Fei as a mortal. Countless blades of light descended from the sky in front of the city lord's residence and slashed at Gu Fei. However, the blades of light that could kill half-saints and force saints to retreat shattered the moment they slashed at Gu Fei. From afar, Gu Fei seemed to be shrouded in a rain of light. Everyone was shocked at this scene, especially the person who attacked. He was both shocked and furious. The white tiger that the Sky Tiger Sage had transformed into roared furiously in the sky. Waves of extremely powerful blades of light slashed at Gu Fei like a stormy sea. The power of this ferocious tiger was constantly increasing. However, it was all in vain. No matter how much the Sky Tiger Sage's power increased, Gu Fei still stood in front of the hall, unmoving like a mountain. The extremely sharp blades of light could not even cut a strand of his hair. They could not even cut the corners of his clothes. It was like scratching an itch. Gu Fei simply ignored this attack. Too powerful, this was a roar. Even mortals who did not understand cultivation could see the difference between Gu Fei and the Sky Tiger Sage. One attacked desperately, while the other allowed the opponent to attack. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. "Show me what you've got," Gu Fei said impatiently. He placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the Sky Tiger Sage in the sky. Rays of rainbow-like blades of light slashed at his face and instantly shattered, turning into a rain of light that dissipated in the void. The White Tiger Sage might be extremely powerful in the eyes of others, but he was no different from an ant in Gu Fei's eyes. Even an honorable being wouldn't be able to hurt Gu Fei, let alone a being that had just broken through to the saint level. Even if Gu Fei stood there and let the White Tiger Sage hit him, the White Tiger Sage would not be able to hurt him. "You dare to look down on me?" The White Tiger Lord was enraged. The White Tiger Divine Beast that he had transformed into roared. In the next moment, every tiger stripe on the White Tiger Divine Beast's body lit up, and sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. The stripes rushed out of the White Tiger Sage's body and turned into peerless blades that slashed at Gu Fei below. This was the White Tiger Sage's peerless technique, the White Tiger God-slaying blade. Not only could this technique destroy the opponent's body, but it could also attack the opponent's primordial spirit. If hit by the White Tiger God-slaying blade, even a saint would be instantly destroyed. The White Tiger Sage is using his trump card. The cultivators of the older generation in Eastern Barren City all looked at the scene in the sky in shock. Legend had it that the Heavenly Tiger clan was the descendant of the ancient divine beast, the White Tiger. They had the bloodline of the White Tiger in their bodies. Of course, after countless years of inheritance, even if the Heavenly Tiger clan was the descendant of the White Tiger divine beast, their bloodline was very thin. The bloodline of the Supreme Divine Beast's descendants was power. Once the power of the bloodline was unleashed, they could obtain the power of the White Tiger. Without a doubt, the White Tiger bloodline in the White Tiger Sage had awakened. Otherwise, he would not have been able to transform into the White Tiger Divine Beast and use this bloodline technique. Whoosh! Under the fearful gaze of countless cultivators, 365 God-slaying blade lights slashed down at Gu Fei from the sky. Every single blade light lit up the entire sky. However, facing the White Tiger Sage's attack, Gu Fei's expression did not change. He stood on the stairs with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. This guy. Seeing this, the White Tiger Sage was shocked. Just who was this guy that wanted to make me guard the door for him? This stupid tiger. At this moment, Xiang Xian had already retreated far away. Everything was going according to his plan. He had predicted every possibility and prepared a countermeasure. Now, he only needed to watch the show from the side because the person that stood out was not him, but the stupid White Tiger Sage. The White Tiger Sage was too confident that he was being toyed with by Xiang Xian, the quasi-sage, without realizing it. Even if he realized it now, it was too late. The White Tiger God-slaying blade that could destroy a sage's primordial spirit and physical body instantly slashed at Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The moment the terrifying blade lights slashed at Gu Fei's body, they crumbled just like the previous blades of light. How is this possible? The White Tiger Sage was dumbfounded. This was the most powerful trump card that he could use, but this guy was not afraid of the White Tiger God-slaying blade. The saber light formed by the tiger pattern slashed on Gu Fei's body and actually produced a clanging sound. Then, it collapsed and the tiger pattern dissipated in the void. Could this guy be a supreme? The White Tiger Sage almost fell from the sky when he thought of this. Is this all you've got? Gu Fei said impatiently. Friend, is there a misunderstanding between us? The White Tiger Sage stopped. This guy seems to be able to ignore all attacks. Perhaps only supreme cultivators have such a strong physique. Haha. When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but laugh out loud. Once these guys realized that the other party was difficult to deal with, they would do this. Misunderstanding? If they could not win, then it was a misunderstanding. If they could win, then the other party deserved to die. What are you laughing at? The white tiger sage shouted. Nothing. I just find it funny. Gu Fei casually waved his hand and dispersed the last few rays of blade lights from the white tiger god-slaying blade. He looked at the white tiger divine beast in the sky. The white tiger sage that he transformed into was not the real white tiger divine beast after all. The aura of the divine beast from his body was very weak. It was already very impressive that this guy could awaken the white tiger bloodline. Do you think I'm funny? The white tiger sage was enraged, but he had no choice but to suppress the rage in his heart. Obediently be my watchdog. No, it should be the watchtiger. Obediently be my watchtiger, and I will spare your life. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and stared at the white tiger lord in the sky with an indifferent expression. You are going too far. I will kill you. When the white tiger sage heard this, he was enraged. His entire body was emitting divine light. In the next second, the white tiger divine beast in the sky disappeared and a shocking blade light appeared in the sky. Take my ultimate slash. The white tiger lord's divine sense rippled from the saber light. He had actually transformed into a divine saber and slashed at Gu Fei below. In an instant, the blade light soared for thousands of miles as if it was going to split the sky in half. The terrifying blade chi spread and forced countless cultivators outside the city to retreat. It's a little powerful. Gu Fei's expression was still calm when he saw this slash. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited for the blade light to reach his head before he raised his right hand and grabbed the blade light. The peerless blade light that the white tiger sage transformed into was caught by Gu Fei just like that. It could not slash down anymore. The white tiger great sage's divine will transmitted a horrified emotional fluctuation. He simply could not imagine that his opponent would be able to grab his ultimate saber gleam with one hand. With just one hand, Gu Fei caught the white tiger sage's ultimate slash. His left hand was still behind his back. Gu Fei snorted coldly. Before white tiger great sage could react, his right hand, which was grabbing the saber light, shook. In the next moment, the ultimate saber light formed by white tiger great sage shattered. What? Seeing this, everyone turned into statues. They were all dumbfounded and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The white tiger sage lost? The same question popped up in the minds of the cultivators outside the city lord's residence. Gu Fei's expression was cold. The white tiger sage's life was in his hands. However, he had no intention of killing the white tiger sage. The white tiger high lord's shattered blade light quickly condensed, and a blurry figure appeared in the air. A powerful aura of the divine path emanated from the figure. In just 3 to 4 breaths, the white-haired white tiger sage appeared in front of everyone again. The white tiger sage was a sage after all. He would not die so easily. Even if he was killed, as long as his primordial spirit remained, he could recover. Bam! At this moment, Gu Fei's feet pushed off the ground, and his entire body shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow, and he attacked the white tiger lord. There were no ripples of power from spells or techniques from Gu Fei's body. At this moment, his cultivation had disappeared. This was the purest power of his physical body. Without any suspense, the white tiger lord was actually ridden by Gu Fei and directly fell from the sky to the ground. Boom! With a loud sound, a man and a tiger fell from the sky and created a huge pit in the ground. Roar! The white tiger sage roared and tried to get up. However, Gu Fei stepped on his head and he fell flat on his face. Heaven-defying. All the cultivators outside the city were shocked. Are you convinced? Gu Fei stood on the white tiger and said coldly, I'm not convinced. The white tiger Saint Monarch wanted to go mad with hatred. He was a dignified saint, yet his head had actually been stepped on in public. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. The white tiger was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you are. Chapter 3954. Gu Fei taught the white tiger sage a good lesson. If he wasn't convinced, he would beat the tiger until he was convinced. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy was too ruthless. He beat a divine being like a punching bag in front of everyone. The life force of a divine being was extremely strong. Even if they were beaten to a pulp, they wouldn't die. However, even if their lives weren't in danger, the physical pain wasn't pleasant. Are you convinced? Gu Fei punched the Sky Tiger Sage's head into the ground. Blood splattered and half of the Sky Tiger Sage's head was smashed. Roar! The Sky Tiger Sage roared in anger and struggled to get up. However, Gu Fei's fist was as heavy as a mountain. With another punch, the Sky Tiger Sage's entire head was smashed. I'm asking if you're convinced. Gu Fei's fists continued to smash down, and a series of bone-cracking sounds rang out. The White Tiger Great Sage's powerful sacred body was simply like a piece of paper under his fists. This guy. All the Eastern Barren City cultivators who saw this were dumbfounded. Those who had doubts about Gu Fei's cultivation and combat ability before didn't have any doubts now. Stop fighting. At this time, a group of people suddenly rushed in from outside the city lord's office. The person in the lead was a tall and sturdy old man. Behind the old man, there were more than a dozen similarly tall and sturdy young cultivators. The aura of these cultivators came from the same source as that of the White Tiger Sage. The Sky Tiger tribe finally can't sit still anymore. When the cultivators outside the city lord's office saw this group of people, many of them exclaimed. The Sky Tiger tribe was a powerful tribe in Eastern Barren City. There were originally 3 great sages in the tribe. However, the 3 great sages followed the Huangtian Saint to Giant Wolf City and were all killed by Gu Fei. The fall of the 3 great sages greatly damaged the Sky Tiger tribe. However, it just so happened that the Sky Tiger Sage successfully became a saint. Therefore, the Sky Tiger tribe became the strongest tribe in Eastern Barren City. Because there was no saint in Eastern Wasteland City, and the Sky Tiger clan had produced a saint. A clan with a saint protecting it was naturally the #1 clan in Eastern Wasteland City. Gu Fei didn't even look at those people from the Sky Tiger clan as he continued to ruthlessly abuse the Sky Tiger Sage Monarch. This Sky Tiger Sage Monarch was rather strong-willed and refused to admit defeat. Even Gu Fei admired this guy a little. Please show mercy, Your Eminence. That old man from the Heavenly Tiger clan also didn't dare to get too close, bringing his clansmen to kneel on the ground from afar. Get lost. At this moment, Ao jumped out. My big brother asked this tiger to guard the door for him. That's the tiger's fortune. He actually dared to refuse. He really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. He deserves to be beaten to death. For a moment, the old man leading the Sky Tiger clan was at a loss as to what to do. The Sky Tiger clan cultivators behind him were shivering. It was not easy for them to come here. One had to know that this Gu Fei was a decisive guy. He would kill at the slightest disagreement. There was no one in this world who wasn't afraid of death. Even though the Sky Tiger clan could only be counted as half a human from a certain perspective, they were still afraid of death. Bam! Pacha! Heavy crashing sounds, and the sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. Gu Fei raised his hand and punched down, breaking the tendons and bones of this Sky Tiger Sage Monarch. The old man from the Sky Tiger clan could only kneel on the ground. His body trembled, and he didn't dare to make a sound. Father, you, at this moment, Sky Tiger Sage Monarch, who was beaten half to death by Gu Fei, saw his clansmen kneeling on the ground. The one leading was actually his father. He couldn't help but be shocked and furious. Interesting. Father is a quasi-sage, but son is already a sage. Son is stronger than father. When Gu Fei heard this, he smiled. Big brother, is this what they mean by the pupil surpassing the master? Ao said with a smile. Son is stronger than father. This doesn't mean much. Gu Fei said. This was very common in the cultivation world. Unless the father was too heaven-defying, then the son would find it hard to surpass. Just like Tai Huang, an old tortoise. Even if old tortoise's talent was super heaven-defying, he still couldn't surpass his father Tai Huang. My patience is limited. Since you aren't willing to help me guard the door, I won't force you. Gu Fei punched Sky Tiger Sage Monarch hundreds of meters away. Then, he coldly glanced at the group of Sky Tigers kneeling on the ground. "We are willing to guard the door for you," the old man from the Sky Tiger clan hurriedly said. His forehead was already touching the ground. "Father, you can't." At this moment, Sky Tiger Sage shakily stood up from the ground. There wasn't a single part of his body that was unscathed. Every part of his body was filled with shocking fist marks. Gu Fei's fist force was very strong. Even Supremes couldn't block one of his punches. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to subdue Sky Tiger Sage, he could have turned Sky Tiger Sage Monarch into dregs with one punch, destroying both his body and soul. Sky Tiger Sage Monarch's father raised his head and roared at Sky Tiger Sage Monarch, "Unfilial son. Since Her Eminence told you to guard the house, you should go obediently. Do you want to watch my Sky Tiger clan be destroyed?" This, Sky Tiger Sage Monarch's expression changed several times. Based on his personality, he would rather die than submit. However, this was no longer a matter for him alone. Sky Tiger Sage Monarch looked at his father kneeling on the ground. He clenched his teeth and knelt before Gu Fei. "Good, haha, very good." Gu Fei laughed heartily. This tiger had finally admitted defeat. This is one person suppressing an entire city. When the cultivators outside the city lord's residence saw this, they knew that the master of Eastern Barren City was still Gu Fei. No one else could shake his position. The battle between Gu Fei and Sky Tiger Sage Monarch had changed the fate of many people. "All of you, back off." Gu Fei waved his hand and said, "Yes, Her Eminence." The people of Sky Tiger clan quickly retreated from the city lord's residence. At this time, there was a lot of discussion outside the city lord's residence. The White Tiger Saint Monarch suddenly came to a realization. He scanned the surroundings. At this moment, Xiang Xian had already disappeared. "These bastards, how dare they scheme against me?" Sky Tiger Sage Monarch was furious. Xiang Xian and the others were using him as a tool. At this time, Gu Fei walked into the main hall and turned to the back hall. He sat on the stone bed and wanted to cultivate. Just as Gu Fei subdued Sky Tiger Sage Monarch with lightning speed, in the southern region of the Ancestral Realm, the three super forces were still devouring Gu Fei's territory. Damn it! The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others could only watch helplessly as Gu Fei's territory was being invaded. The Chu clan, the Sky clan, and the Li clan were all chasing after the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. They were almost caught a few times. Fortunately, they were alert and escaped. "When will Master be back?" No one replied. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were like street rats, hiding everywhere. No one knew when Gu Fei would return. Chapter 3955. Chu Clan, Sky Shaking City. It floated above the mountains, surrounded by endless celestial energy. One could vaguely see cranes and divine birds flying in the celestial light. Roar! The sound of celestial beasts chasing could be heard from the mountains below. A jade-like river flowed through the mountains. The surface of the river was hazy, and celestial light crossed the river from time to time. Splash! Suddenly, the calm surface of the lake rippled. A huge shadow swam across the river and sank into the depths. This was the ancestral land of the Chu clan. Spirit energy gathered here, and celestial energy lingered. Ancestral energy of the earth rose from the ground to nourish this area. The Chu clan was one of the three strongest clans in the southern region of the ancestral realm, second only to the Tian clan and the Li clan. The ancestral land of the Chu clan was naturally filled with a myriad of phenomena. It was no small matter. The ancestral land of the Chu clan covered an area with a radius of 10 million kilometers. It was like another world that transcended the ancestral realm. It was protected by a super formation, and there were ancestral veins of the earth deep underground. There was no other place like this in the southern region of the ancestral realm. If one cultivated here, even a blade of grass could become a spirit after a long time. If a pig was thrown here, it could also become a spirit monster. There was a reason why a large clan like the Chu clan had produced many experts and dominated the southern region. With such an ancestral land, it would be strange if the Chu clan didn't produce experts. At this time, in the main hall of Sky-Shaking City, sage energy lingered. The current clan leader of the Chu clan sat on the throne in the center, and dozens of saints sat on the two sides of the hall. There were 11 children sitting on the lower right side of the throne. Although this child looked like a child, no one in the hall dared to underestimate him. This was because this child was the child beside Old Monster Chu, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a supreme existence who had followed Old Monster Chu for countless years. Although they were master and servant in name, they were like father and son. Gu Fei had defeated Old Monster Chu, so he naturally became Ling Xiao's enemy. However, Gu Fei was too strong. Ling Xiao was no match for him at all, so he had to endure. Lord Patriarch, why have you summoned us here? Dao Child Ling Xiao looked at the Chu clan head who was seated on the throne and said, at his level of cultivation, he was able to sit on the same level as the clan heads of the major races. The ancestor might be coming back. Clan leader Chu looked at Dao Child Ling Xiao and said, what? The sages in the hall were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. In the entire Chu clan, there was only one person who could be addressed as ancestor by the Chu clan leader. That person was the Southern Domain Reverend, the unparalleled existence that ruled the Southern Domain for an era, Old Monster Chu. Ever since Gu Fei disappeared, the old clan lord of the Tian clan also disappeared. Finally, it was Old Monster Chu. One day, he came out of seclusion and directly left. No one knew where he went. Even Old Monster Chu's Taoist apprentice, Ling Xiao, didn't know. How did Lord Clan Leader know that Old Ancestor was coming back? Dao Child Ling Xiao said nervously. Old Ancestor's life token is emitting a powerful aura fluctuation. Furthermore, it's getting stronger and stronger. The Chu clan head said. This, even Dao Child Ling Xiao was shocked. Old Monster Chu was an unparalleled existence at the supremacy level. He had some kind of connection with the life token. The further Old Monster Chu was from the life token, the weaker the aura emitted from the life token. On the contrary, the closer Old Monster Chu was to the life token, the stronger the aura emitted from the life token. Haha, Master must have broken through to that legendary realm. This time, Master can definitely become the true master of the Southern Domain. Dao Child Ling Xiao said with a laugh. Old Monster Chu might be a supremacy, but he couldn't truly control the entire Southern Domain. One must know that Old Monster Chu still had the Li clan and the Tian clan above him. These two clans were powerful clans with supremacies. Although Old Monster Chu could command the Southern Domain on the surface, he couldn't command the Li clan and the Tian clan. However, if Old Monster Chu successfully broke through the limits of his cultivation, he would be able to become the most powerful existence in the history of the ancestral realm. When that happened, the Li clan and the Tian clan wouldn't matter. He could destroy them with the flick of a finger. While the Chu clan's higher-ups were shocked and happy, in the sky's ancestral land, Cloud Sky City, the leader of the sky was gathering a group of sky's important people. Very quickly, the sky announced that the very high leader of the sky was coming back. In the Li clan's ancestral land, there was a lot of cheering. The Li clan's first elder, Li Changtian, had disappeared for a dozen years. Someone saw Li Changtian appear in the Southern Domain. What is going on? Did they successfully break through the limits of their cultivation? Did they become invincible beings? In the Southern Domain, an ancient elite who had lived for a very long time said something like that. Is the legendary Golden Age coming? Someone said something like that. The so-called Golden Age was when the world of cultivation was extremely prosperous. The last time the Alpha Realm had a big age was in an ancient era. After the big age, there was chaos. In the late stages of the ancient era, the whole of the Alpha Realm was in the darkest of times. That period was called the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages lasted for billions of years. During the Dark Ages, many strong races of the Alpha Realm fought each other. In the late stages of the Dark Ages, even the Extreme Path Supremes showed up. They fought until the sky cracked and the ground cracked. They almost sank the 5 areas of the Alpha Realm. Many super old antiques had experienced the Dark Ages. Just thinking about it made their hearts skip a beat. It was important to know that in the late stages of the Dark Ages, many of the 9 skies and 10 lands Supremes had fallen. Many strong races had been wiped out. Many strong races had been crippled. They had never been able to rise again. In the end, They had been buried in the merciless passage of time. Of course, some strong races had been wiped out, and some weak races had become strong. They had become the main characters of the world. In the Dark Ages, anything was possible. The arrival of the Golden Age made the super-old antiques, who had experienced the Dark Ages, very nervous. It wasn't a joke to fall from the peak of prosperity. Moreover, even in the last Golden Age, no one in the Alpha realm had been able to break through the limits of the extreme path and become an invincible existence. But this time, did someone successfully break through the extreme grade and become a truly invincible existence in the primogenitor realm? If that was the case, then this era would be very lively. There's still no news of Gu Fei. Did he fail? Someone noticed this matter. The three great reverends were about to return, but there was no news of Gu Fei. This made people scratch their heads in confusion. Chapter 3956. On the 10th day after Gu Fei returned to Eastern Barren City. Boom! A beam of divine light suddenly appeared in the sky above the Chu clan's sky-shaking city. This beam of divine light connected heaven and earth, rushing into the depths of the starry sky and disappearing into an unknown star region. Then, a figure walked out of the unknown star region step by step along the divine light. He walked through the endless star regions and traversed the starry sky. An eternal and terrifying aura spread out from this blurry figure. The entire starry sky shook, and billions of stars shook. The unknown, terrifying expert stepped on the divine light path. He stepped into the starry sky and shook the heavens, descending upon the Chu clan's sky-shaking city. On this day, the entire southern region, and even the supremes of other regions, turned their attention to sky-shaking city at the same time. After the mysterious expert entered Hantian City, the divine light and the terrifying aura disappeared in an instant. It was as if they had never appeared in the first place. Some said that this was Old Monster Chu's successful return, while others said that another supreme existence of the Chu clan had returned. But what was the truth? No one knew for now. On the 13th day after Gu Fei returned to Eastern Barren City, a shocking phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky above the Li clan's ancestral grounds. 9 rays of ancestral dragon chi rushed out of the Li clan's ancestral grounds. The dragon chi turned into dragons and circled above the ancestral grounds. Each dragon was like a true ancestral dragon descending. The might of the dragons spread out for billions of miles. On the 19th day after Gu Fei returned to Eastern Barren City, someone saw an elder suspected to be the Sky Clan leader walk into the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan. The rare peace in the southern region of the ancestral realm was broken again. Then, the 3 supreme races began to hunt down the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Roar! On the 23rd day of Gu Fei's return to Eastern Wasteland City, a terrifying roar rang out from the Sovereign's tomb in the southern domain. Some people saw a wild beast many times larger than a mountain fighting a powerful expert. In the end, that savage beast was no match for it, directly shattering the void and escaping. This battle had alarmed the mysterious existence in the deepest part of the Supreme Tomb. After this battle, the Supreme Tomb was completely enveloped by a terrifying deathly aura, turning the Supreme Tomb into a true dead zone. There were saints who tried to walk into the Supreme Tomb, but they jumped out after walking less than 300 meters. This deathly aura was too terrifying. It could actually corrode the power of saints. The powerful sage-level creature couldn't even last 10 breaths inside before it was about to escape. Perhaps only sovereign-level existences could enter the current Supreme Tomb. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others had been forced into a dead end. The 3 great clans were determined to wipe them out this time around. If it weren't for the protection of the Star Beast, they would have died countless times over. However, even the Star Beast couldn't take it anymore. If it wasn't controlled by Gu Fei's beast collar, this beast that could devour the stars, sun, and moon would have run away long ago. In the southern region, on a nameless barren mountain, a figure was carefully walking through the mountain ridges. Then, he carefully entered a cave. "How is it?" someone in the cave asked. In the dark cave, there were a few figures sitting cross-legged. A beast surrounded by starlight was lying on the ground. This beast was covered in blood, and there was a broken spear stuck in its shoulder. There were lightning-like Tao patterns circling around the broken spear. This beast was severely injured. There were more than 10 wounds on its body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Moreover, these were supreme-level Tao injuries. Even though this beast was extremely powerful, it couldn't recover in a short period of time. It's fine for now. There isn't even a fly outside. The man in black who came and sat at the side and said, "Oomph." The Tian clan, Li clan, and Chu clan thought that Master had most likely perished outside after not returning for so long. They must be dreaming. A supreme martial artist surrounded by divine light said coldly, "Haha, I think when Master appears in front of them, their expressions must be very interesting." A middle-aged man in green said while sitting on a big rock in the cave. "Black wind, sky wind, go out and take a look. I have a bad feeling about this." A supreme martial artist carrying a divine bow suddenly opened his eyes and said, "This person was the Shooting Sun Supreme. Boss, Xin Tian just returned." The Black Wind Supreme was a little unwilling. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go if boss asks you to go." The Sky Wind Supreme said plainly. The Black Wind Supreme looked at the Sky Wind Supreme and didn't say anything else. Then, he walked out of the cave with the Sky Wind Supreme. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others had set up an extreme grade array around the cave. As long as someone approached the cave, the array would be triggered and they would be detected. At this moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were already frightened. Ever since they became supreme, they had never been in such a sorry state. It should be known that even in the ancestral realm, a supreme was almost invincible, especially the Shooting Sun Supreme and the Thunder Tao Supreme. They were extreme grade middle grade supremes and were much stronger than ordinary extreme grade beginner grade supremes. Once one's cultivation reached the extreme grade realm, it would be extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation further. Some people would always be at the extreme grade beginner grade realm. Countless years had passed, but their cultivation remained stagnant. However, even extreme grade beginner grade supremes were existences on par with the sect masters, clan masters, and sect masters in the ancestral realm. Just as the Black Wind and the Sky Wind Supreme went out, they heard a loud sound coming from outside. In the next moment, 2 figures smashed through the cave and crashed into it. The entire cave suddenly collapsed and countless soil and rocks poured down towards the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Roar! A loud roar rang out as boundless astral energy burst forth, causing the entire ground to explode as a terrifying primal beast charged out from the ground. The beast grew bigger rapidly. Its huge body was comparable to a primordial sacred mountain. A terrifying aura spread out and the entire world was shaking. In particular, pitch-black spatial cracks continuously appeared in the void around the giant beast's body. However, the giant beast's body was covered in ghastly wounds. Some places were even bleeding. "Haha, let's see where you scoundrels can escape to this time." A loud laugh was heard and a figure appeared in front of the beast. This person exuded the supreme aura of a supreme being. The third ancestor of the Li clan? A furious roar was heard and a few figures broke through the ground. They were the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. "Me too." Another figure rushed over from the sky. This person was dressed in white and looked handsome. He was the Sky Clan's supreme being, Tianqian. Tianqian had always been by the Sky Clan's old clan master's side and received pointers from him. His cultivation was even stronger than the Sky Clan's current clan master. "Haha, you're all here. How can I miss out?" A loud laugh was heard and another supreme aura of the extreme grade realm arrived. An unparalleled figure walked over step by step in the air. The rhythm of the entire world was driven by him and turned into an unparalleled pressure that pressed down on the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. The Shooting Sun Supreme's expression was solemn. He felt as if the entire world was pressing down on him. Of course, he was not afraid of this level of pressure. However, the Black Wind Supreme and the Sky Wind Supreme were trembling. These 2 fellows were very unlucky. They had just come out of the cave and were immediately sent flying back. They were in an extremely sorry state. Ling Xiao, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others were shocked when they saw that person. This was an unparalleled existence that looked like a child. However, Although this person had the appearance of a child, he was an old antique. The Tao child of old monster Chu had arrived. The killing intent that erupted from the body of Ling Xiao was much stronger than that of the third ancestor of the Li clan and Tianqian Supreme. The killing intent of a supreme being could affect the entire world. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. Snow was actually falling in the sky. A supreme being could shock the heavens with a single thought. The laws of the world were nothing but child's play in their eyes. They could easily trample on them. The place where a supreme being was at formed a world of its own. This time, you won't be able to escape. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at the shooting sun supreme and the others with a proud expression. This guy. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. You little fellas are merely ants in my eyes. Call your elders out. At this moment, a powerful wave of consciousness was emitted from the star beast. He did not take the third ancestor of the Li clan and the others seriously at all. Humph! A cold laugh was heard from afar. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. The moment he appeared, the entire void seemed to solidify. Everyone felt their bodies sink, as if a huge mountain had suddenly pressed down on them. The star beast's huge eyes narrowed. The feeling that this old man gave him was actually more terrifying than his master, Gu Fei. An existence that surpasses a supreme being? The star beast said in horror. What? The shooting sun supreme and the others were shocked when they heard this. An existence that surpassed a supreme being? Wouldn't that be even stronger than their master? Oh no. The Thunder Path supreme being, who had always been calm, was also shocked. What should we do? We're dead this time. The Black Wind Supreme was so scared that he almost collapsed. This guy was really a coward. It was hard to imagine how this guy had cultivated to become a supreme. With the Black Wind Supreme's temperament, it was impossible for him to cultivate to become a supreme, unless he was pretending to be weak. At this moment, who would have the time to care about the Black Wind Supreme? At this moment, the old man in the sky had already sealed the void. Not to mention the shooting sun supreme. Even the star beast would find it difficult to break the void and escape. Fight! The star beast was extremely ferocious. He roared furiously and spat out a galaxy that charged towards the figure in the sky. The power of the supreme being's stars surged from the ferocious beast's body. Endless starlight appeared in the void around the star beast. It was as if a star domain had appeared between heaven and earth. Insignificant ant. The old man in the sky waved his sleeves, and the galaxy that was charging towards him exploded and turned into nothingness. Then, he stretched out his hand and pressed it towards the star beast. An incomparably huge palm descended from the sky. Boom! The star beast was directly slapped into the ground, and the entire region was directly sunk. Chapter 39:57. The scene in front of them was too shocking. A huge hand that blotted out the sky slapped the huge star beast down from the sky. The entire mountain range turned into dust instantly, and the entire region sank. Dust filled the air and shrouded the region. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Even the shooting sun supreme and the others were sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away by the mighty energy waves. The Black Wind Supreme and the other weaker Supreme Masters spat out a mouthful of blood. That was the blood of a Supreme. One drop could form an ocean and kill a quasi-Supreme. It could also be used to refine Supreme medicines. However, the blood of a Supreme was worthless at this moment. Not only the Black Wind Supreme, but even the Wind Saint Supreme, the Purple Sun Supreme, and the Mysterious Sky Supreme also spat out blood. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the Thunder Path Supreme suffered a great impact. Although they did not spit out blood, the blood in their bodies churned and they felt extremely uncomfortable. A supreme existence that surpassed the supremacies? The Shooting Sun Supreme looked at the figure in the sky and his voice trembled. How is this possible? The Thunder Path Supreme said in fear. They knew how difficult it was to take that step. Even someone as talented as Gu Fei had not broken through to that realm. Old Monster Chu. At this moment, a deep voice came from the depths of the ground. Then, a figure rushed out from the bottomless hole in the ground and shot up into the sky. It was a majestic-looking, white-haired, middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's body was stained with blood, and some of his bones could even be seen. The white-haired, middle-aged man stared at the figure in the sky and kept coughing out blood. There were specks of blood in the bloody light, as if there were stars twinkling. "You are really thick-skinned, evil beast," the figure in the sky said indifferently. He was actually the Chu clan's old monster Chu, the former supremacy of the southern region. He had once suppressed an entire region and forced countless experts to lower their heads. "I heard that you have broken through to that realm. Looks like it's true." The white-haired, middle-aged man that the star beast had transformed into stared at old monster Chu and said coldly. His eyes flickered and powerful star power surged out from his body. It was as if a star region was faintly visible in the sky. "Then you should know that you are no match for me." Old monster Chu's tone was calm and emotionless. "So what?" the star beast said indifferently. "An ant dares to be so impudent in front of me." Old monster Chu took a step forward and arrived in front of the star venerable beast in an instant. He threw out a punch that seemed ordinary, but in the eyes of the star venerable beast, it was a completely different scene. The star beast venerable felt as if the space around him had solidified as the other party punched out, and he could not even move a finger. Space confinement? The star beast venerable couldn't help but be moved. This divine ability wasn't anything remarkable, but what shocked him was that the other party didn't use any divine ability at all. Fist intent? Startled, the star venerable beast desperately urged the power of the stars in its body in an attempt to break the space around it. However, it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent's fist smashed into his body. Bam! Gotcha! The dull sound of a collision and bones breaking could be heard from the star beast venerable beast's body. In the next moment, the star beast venerable beast exploded and turned into a mist of blood. What? The shooting sun supreme and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene from afar. Just one punch had turned the star beast venerable beast into a pulp. One should know that the star beast venerable beast's defense was shocking, and ordinary supremacies couldn't break through it. However, old monster Chu had turned the star beast into a mist of blood with a single punch. The power of this punch was truly terrifying. If it was the old monster Chu of the past, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do it. Haha, Star Beast Venerable is just an ant in front of the old ancestor. Supreme Ling Xiao laughed wantonly. He wanted to vent his hatred. It would be best if he could turn Gu Fei into a pulp as well. Supreme Ling Xiao, Supreme Tianqian, and the third founding ancestor of the Li clan were extremely excited as they could finally vent their frustrations. Even if Gu Fei was here, he would also be turned into pulp by Senior Chu. Haha. The third founding ancestor of the Li clan laughed. Gu Fei? That fellow probably died in that ravine. Exalt Heavenly Cosmic said disdainfully. At this moment, old monster Chu stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the shooting Sun Supreme and the others coldly. The shooting Sun Supreme and the others quickly lowered their heads and didn't dare to meet old monster Chu's gaze. You're only lowering your heads now? It's too late. Supreme Ling Xiao said disdainfully. It's useless even if you kneel down and beg for mercy. You must die today. The third founding ancestor of the Li clan stared at the shooting Sun Supreme and the others viciously and said with gritted teeth, That's right. Supreme Tianqian nodded and said, You bastards, do you really think you can defeat us? At this moment, Supreme Black Wind suddenly jumped up and pointed at the third founding ancestor of the Li clan and scolded him agitatedly. This fellow, the shooting Sun Supreme, and the others who were standing beside Supreme Black Wind were instantly shocked by this fellow. What's wrong with this fellow? Black Wind had always been a coward and didn't have any special abilities. However, he was good at escaping. However, the shooting Sun Supreme and the others didn't expect that the usually cowardly Black Wind would actually jump out and scold the third founding ancestor of the Li clan and the others at this moment. And you, old monster Chu, don't think that you can be complacent just because you defeated the Star Beast Venerable. If my master was here, he could kill you with one finger. After that, Black Wind pointed at old monster Chu and scolded him. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. This fellow is really crazy. He even scolded old Monster Chew. Does he want to die faster? Your master. A cold light flashed in the depths of old Monster Chew's eyes. The greatest humiliation in his life was being defeated by Gu Fei. Even though his cultivation had surpassed the extreme grade, he still couldn't get rid of the shadow in the depths of his heart. How dare you scold the old ancestor? You deserve to die. Supreme Ling Xiao was furious. He took a step forward and attacked the Black Wind Supreme with a shocking, murderous aura. You're the ones who deserve to die. He Feng was no longer as cowardly as he used to be. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Sovereign Ling Xiao, who was charging towards him. Buzz. When the punch was thrown, heaven and earth trembled. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. The formless extreme-grade power turned into invisible sharp blades and slashed across the void, tearing it apart. Intermediate extreme grade. This fellow. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked again. They didn't expect Supreme Black Wind to have hidden his strength so well. Black Wind, the weakest among the six, actually changed his cowardly manner, and his cultivation suddenly soared to the intermediate extreme grade. Chapter 3958. The Black Wind Sovereign's sudden outburst shocked many people. He actually dared to point at old Monster Chew and scold him. Before old Monster Chew could make a move, his Dao Child Ling Xiao was already furious and made a move. The Dao Child beside old Monster Chew was also a supreme. Although he looked like a child with white teeth and red lips, he was a real antique. He waved his small, fair hand, and 5 extremely sharp sword lights immediately rushed out of his small hand and pierced towards the Black Wind Sovereign. Boom! The Black Wind Sovereign returned a punch to Sovereign Ling Xiao. However, when the Black Wind Sovereign punched out, the 5 piercing sword lights immediately crumbled apart. The 2 silhouettes instantly clashed with each other, and a great battle ensued. The Li clan's 3rd ancestor and Heavenly Qin Sovereign did not make a move. A mere Black Wind Sovereign was not worthy of them joining forces. Old Monster Chew would not make a move either. He had no desire to make a move against such a small figure. Instead, his eyes fell on the mass of blood light in front of him. That was the star beast that old Monster Chew had smashed with a punch. The star beast's body had turned into a blood mist and was glowing. Within the blood light, a figure was faintly discernible. A powerful pressure of the supremacy level spread from the figure in the blood light, causing the world to lose its color. He actually didn't die? Old Monster Chew still had a calm expression. He was a little surprised that this fellow was still alive after taking 2 blows from him. However, old Monster Chew soon understood. Divine beasts like the star beasts had all sorts of inconceivable inheritances. This was especially true for adult star beasts. They had awakened their bloodlines and grasped the supreme abilities of the star beasts. If this astral beast didn't have a few life-saving abilities, it would be strange. Swoosh! In the next moment, the mass of blood light instantly retreated and entered the figure's body. The star beast appeared in the void and all the wounds on his body disappeared. He had actually recovered to his peak state. Interesting. Old Monster Chew's tone was as calm as ever. The star beast had recovered to his peak state in an instant because he had used some kind of secret technique. Of course, using a secret technique also required him to pay a huge price. As for what price the star Venerable beast had paid, old Monster Chew was not interested in knowing. Although the star Venerable beast was smashed into a mist of blood by old Monster Chew's punch and reconstructed its body using a secret technique to return to its peak, the imperial beast collar on its neck was still there. The beast taming collar had already fused with the star beast Venerable. As long as the star beast Venerable was still alive, the beast taming collar would not be destroyed. Only Gu Fei could take off the beast taming collar. You want to kill me? The star beast stared coldly at old Monster Chew, who was in front of him. A powerful pressure emanated from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble continuously. You can't kill it? Old Monster Chew made his move again. This time, a spirit force rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a figure that pounced towards the star beast. The star beast Venerable was taken aback. Is this guy trying to destroy my Yuan spirit? Roar. The star beast Venerable did not dare to delay. He roared furiously, and a ball of divine light emerged from his body. Then, it turned into a star battle armor that he wore. However, the blurry silhouette ignored the star beast Venerable's defense and pounced onto the star beast Venerable's body. Then it entered his body. How dare you? The star beast sovereign was truly shocked. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and self-destructed his physical body. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard as if the sky was going to turn upside down. Old Monster Chu's Spirit Force clone pounced on his body. Only by self-destructing could he break free from the control of Old Monster Chu's Spirit Force. What a ruthless fella! Old Monster Chu was a little moved when he saw the star Venerable beast self-destruct. The vast and mighty energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed and mountains were turned into ashes. Even the nearby supreme beings were swept away by the energy storm that swept over. Old Monster Chu was the only one who did not move. The mighty energy storm could not move him at all. The star beast Venerable was a supremacy and could compete with a supremacy. The energy storm that erupted from his self-destruction was terrifying, but he tried his best to reduce its power. The star beast Venerable was still able to control the power of his self-destruction. Even so, the power that erupted from his self-destruction was too strong. The energy storm wreaked havoc in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Countless living beings perished. This fellow is crazy. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others, as well as the third primogenitor of the Li clan and the others, were all shocked. They were all affected by the impact. Those with weaker cultivations were already injured, and blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. Die! At that moment, Old Monster Chu walked forward step by step in the center of the energy storm. Then, he pointed with his finger, and a ray of divine light pierced through a ball of divine light that seemed eternal and inextinguishable. That was the star beast Venerable Soul Light. Supremacy rank existences weren't immortal, and there was still the risk of dying. If their soul light was obliterated, then they would truly die. That ball of soul light emitted a horrifying spiritual force. In the next moment, the ball of soul light shot up into the sky in an attempt to escape. Escape? Can you escape? Even if that fella Gu Fei is here, he won't be able to escape. Old Monster Chu's voice was heard from within the energy storm. Humph. Gu Fei? Gu Fei is probably long dead. Even if he's not dead, he must be hiding somewhere and waiting to die. The third primogenitor of the Li clan said coldly. What did you say? The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others were enraged. Who said I'm dead? At that moment, a voice was heard from high up in the sky. Then, the entire sky suddenly darkened. In the next moment, a figure broke through the void and descended from the sky. Master is back. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others were pleasantly surprised when they heard this voice. Gu Fei, the third primogenitor of the Li clan, and the others were shocked. They had never expected Gu Fei to appear at such a crucial time. Swoosh! The star beast Venerable Soul Light rushed towards Gu Fei immediately. No one can save you, Old Monster Chu said indifferently. Then, he threw a punch that could freeze the void and froze the star beast Venerable Soul Light in the void. Haha, I'll show you how I can save you. Gu Fei laughed and extended his right hand. Rumble. The huge hand appeared and broke Old Monster Chu's invincible fist intent. Then, it pressed down on Old Monster Chu. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.